All right, we are here, ready to go. We are in the middle of our first round matches, at least 6 of them. My name is Gordon Dixon, and I'm here with DJ Sayre. We are covering the BullShooter Invitational 2022. This is the lead-up tournament to our live broadcast that will be on ESPN2. How's it going today, Dad?
We're going good. We got a large purse we're playing for, so should be some excellent darting action that we get today. This match here, we've got Johnny Lackey and Jared Henry. These players are tied up at 1 leg apiece.
Yeah, playing best of 5 today, all the way through, I believe, double elimination tournament, split bowl, which is going to be the format for tomorrow as well. We see a nice setup shot there from Henry. Johnny, though, does have a finish.
Yeah, Jared, probably one of the favorites coming into this event, was one of the players that seemed to have a lot of backing. And honestly, based on stats alone, because I haven't seen Jared play a lot lately, but I have seen some of his stats. I mean, well into the 5s marks per round. So his stats would certainly back up the touted favored title. 8-8 now for Lackey. There it is. So 2-1 to Lackey.
Yeah, follow along here on the stream. We do have a link, the bracket is up on leagueleader.net. We'll figure out a way to drop that into the chat so everybody is able to follow along. But if you do go to that League Leader site, you should be able to find the bracket there, and we'll certainly be talking about that throughout the day. As we see Jade starting with a big 180. So all very seasoned soft tip players we've got this weekend. I think DJ just dropped that link into the chat. So if you're looking for that, you can follow along there. But yeah, seasoned soft tip players, maybe a little bit different format than some of them may be used to. But all very familiar with the game and the kind of flow of these matches.
And quite honestly, the more traditional format, as far as darts is concerned, and what most of your top level events are starting to go to, more of a traditional. It's typically titled steel tip way of playing with the split bowl. But yeah, I mean, these players are so good that we have to add challenges to them. Having them throw at bowls for the entire time, while it's impressive to see them go, 12, 15, 30 in a row, we've got to put it to where they're actually having to earn the win, and you have a chance going second. You kind of, I know, comparing it to say bowling, like sometimes when they're playing on the easy pattern and they're just crushing strikes, it's almost boring, as sad as that sounds. Whereas here you get more intrigue when somebody comes away with a bad turn and then they get punished by a good turn following. So Jared now double 10 to tie us up at 2 apiece, send us into a decider. There it is.
So we're going to see a very important cork here for the start in that deciding leg. I'd say the hallmark of soft tip remains, regardless of the format here. It's a matter of misses rather than hits.
And it looks like Johnny Lackey did take the cork. All 4 legs so far have went with the throw. We'll see if that holds true. If so, we could have our first upset.
Johnny going to take his time here. And we can give you some updates around the bracket already. We should mention we did have 2 buys. One player I think everybody knew wasn't going to be able to make it. Unfortunately, Alex Reyes had some travel trouble. not able to make it as well. So we've got a 30-person field going off today. So those 2 buys went to Brandon Asado and Kevin Luke. So they already into that second round. Mark Mears beating Paula Murphy in the first round. Alex Spelman beating Rick Hensey. Can also be confirmed.
Both players starting slow here in the 5th leg, feeling the nerves. You see Jared there dropping the dart, but picks it up and sticks a triple 20 for 140.
Yeah, very important to start here. See a big triple there from Johnny. J-Rod, as we see on this shirt. Going to need to find another couple big trebles. Nice recovery after the first. So, game of who can go out in 6. For this first round win. Great start to this turn. All right, so here it is. First opportunity to win this deciding leg. Johnny Lackey needs to find a treble in order to get a shot. Isn't going to do it, so sets up the finish.
Jared coming up looking at 60. Oh, and he's going to use 2 to get to a double. Well, he's going to make it real hard on himself. Double 5, and he sticks it.
What a recovery. Felt like he was throwing so he didn't have to think about it. He was throwing faster so he didn't have to think about it.
Well, and yeah, I think the thought in the beginning is kind of what was getting him. And then by the 3rd dart, it was just chuck it. And the muscle memory takes over. So we jump over to our other feature board. We have Dan Burke and Jeremiah Malar battling in the first round. We don't, however, know the score of this match.
We do. Jeremiah Malar is up 2-1.
Oh, the bracket updating real time. So this double 10 for the win then. And there it is.
And you can see some other matches here going on around some of our more featured boards. We've got Joe Cheney taking on Joe Hedrick. We've got Brian Langley taking on Porky, Steve Hilger there. Danny Pace and the Milkman getting ready to start, Elliot Milk. Curtis Witherby taking on Brian Dennis. Still waiting to get that one underway. And then Mike Maloney and Soldier, Leonard Gates, the tournament favorite in a lot of people's eyes. I think understandably getting ready to get underway as well. Other players still in the wings. We've got Magneto and Cody Willis, Randy Fern. Oh, there we've got it up on the screen there. If we look at the bottom half of the bracket, we can see the remaining matches still to be played. J.C. Martinez taking on Danny Delfino. Dustin Holt and Donnie Ram to take on the bye receiver Kevin Luke. And then Kenny Doyle, Garrett Ruskowski, Ryan Dreyer, and Eric Gregory to round out the bracket today.
So it looks like our 2 feature boards are board 2 and 5 for the record. We've got the choice of Mike Maloney and Soldier, Leonard Gates, or Randy Fern, Magneto, and Cody Willis. I think the masses would go for Maloney and Gates on that one. So we'll try to give the people what we think they want. So yeah, we will jump to board 2. Looks like Maloney is warming up there. while these guys warm up, we want to remind you that the link for the bracket is in the chat. If you want to check out BullShooter.com, you will find lots of information on there as far as regional tour schedule, the Chicago results. You can even go to Spider 360, check out the gear, get you all the best.
If you need some BullShooter boxers, Spider360.com.
If you just need boxers,
that's true too.
Why not? It's two birds, one stone.
Head on over there. If you prefer a little bit less material in your underwear choices, that also I believe can be accommodated on Spider 360.
Does Maloney stand way to the right or what? Because he's making me adjust.
I don't have it in his player bio. I'm not that familiar with this Maloney character.
Nobody knows him really. Come out of the shadows to
into
play
the
this
light.
event.
Yeah, good first round matchup. This one obviously jumped off the page when the bracket was drawn live. Unfortunately, we all had to learn what the matchups were together. We will keep tabs. Again, DJ mentioned earlier the bracket, if you're following along on leagueleader.net, we'll keep you up to date with obviously the winners, but also the score lines, so you can get an idea of how well each of these players are playing, whether it's a 3-0 win or a 3-2 win. Not that necessarily matters, but it may give a little indication, especially in this relatively short format with extremely good players that they're able to come through. See Joe Hedrick leading Joe Cheney on board 4, 2-1.
All right, I think the players have the board set up now, so we will get a cork. Maybe not.
So a lot of build-up coming around this. I mean, we normally do these for the regionals. We, of course, had Chicago this past May. Almost 2,000 of you guys listening in and watching already this morning. We're in Rock Hill.
Yeah, we've been live for
South
only
Carolina.
16 minutes and already. So
Yeah.
go ahead and punch that like and share. Get everyone else tuning in. Based on the number of warm-up darts for this match, it should be guns a-blazing.
Yeah, everybody should be super ready to go after 37, 38
Rounds of warm-up.
rounds of warm-up here. Looks like they're talking about maybe getting a cork orchestrated here. Finish setting up the board. But yeah, we are in lovely Rock Hill, South Carolina. Today's event is being held at the Hilton Gardens Inn here in Rock Hill, and then of course tomorrow, the granddaddy of them all, the ESPN production, where we have our top 4 face off for the finals. We'll be at the ESPN
The Rock Hill Sports Arena.
Arena.
Sports Complex. I think.
Sports Complex, thank you. And we will be alongside some hatchet throwers and some
Axe throwing.
axe throwing. I apologize.
I think there's some knives, too.
some knives. There's going
It's
to be all
a
kinds
lot
of
of throwing.
There's going to be a lot of throwing.
There's throwing of darts, throwing of knives, throwing of axes, throwing of corn bags. It's a lot of throwing going on this weekend in Rock Hill. I don't know what's going on. There must be some sort of issue.
Yeah, we have tournament director, the man at the helm for the day's event, Brad Bowe.
All right. Well, they lost out. We're gonna jump to the other board. We're not gonna keep messing around with this one. So we've got Randy Fern and Cody Willis. This looks like game number 1. Randy looking at 8. There it is.
Finding the finish, and that one just over their shoulders is a tie ball game. We got the chainsaw against Joe Hedrick, tied up at 2 apiece.
So Cody leading out in leg number 2. Oh, and he's not going to find the triple 20. So an early opening for Randy. This is alternating starts, so if you can go 2-0 up, it does make a difference. Because you know that worst case scenario, you will get to start one more leg. But Randy not going to punish.
Yeah, and you saw what Randy thought of that. Frustrated with the open. Randy actually leads this match 1-0. So this is the second leg. And if you're watching at home, watching body language again, that one right next door where we see Joe Hedrick stepping up to the line against Joe Cheney, that one is tied 2 apiece. So they are in the deciding leg right now. And Joe, I know, stands very far to the right. It'll be interesting to see if that upsets either one of our players. We may see them delay a shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best course of action. If you've got somebody next to you, I mean, obviously they have the right to stand where they please as long as they're within their board parameters. So if you think that they're in your peripheral or possibly in your way, just take your time, let them throw, and then approach the board.
Down for cover, leaves a finish. Good switch there from Cody. Magneto a little underappreciated for my liking in some of the pre-tournament chatter.
Yeah, Fern, another one of those guys that just doesn't get out quite that much. Lives in northern Indiana, so he actually even mentions in his player bio that Chicago is kind of his favorite tournament just because it's close to home. But yeah, he doesn't do a whole lot of travel, but does play leagues, and he's one of those guys that is kind of always striving for putting up the max number. Kind of appreciates the accolades, even though he can't really get out and travel as much to get them.
Yeah, and you can just tell from the body language there. Frustrated with his throws. Chainsaw does end up taking out Joe Hedrick in that deciding leg. You see them exchanging the niceties there.
Cody missing the double 10. So 160 would be a heartbreak for Cody if Randy can finish it. Shot still on. Another one of those. Oh, and he floats high.
Yeah, looking for that first big finish here on the stream. Cody now to tie it up, a 1 apiece. And he's going to bust the score. So, given this format, could be an important dart here coming in for Randy.
There it is. It's a 2-0 lead for Randy. So Cody does get the start. So it is loser starts. My apologies. I thought it was alternating. But either way, a 2-0 lead. Randy knows that if he drops this leg, he will start leg number 4. So a tough spot for Cody to be in.
Yeah, must-win legs now for Cody. And the loser goes first. I mean, it's all pretty much set up to go to that deciding leg. So when you fall behind 2-0, it's always a struggle to get back. But Cody up for the task here, and at least this one, finding a 1080 in his second turn. Other matches underway. We can also confirm Brian Langley defeating Steve Hilger, Porky, 3-2. He'll be taking on the winner of that Joe Hedrick and Chainsaw match. So he and Chainsaw will kick off here in the second round. Maloney leads Soldier 1-0.
Cody looking a lot more comfortable in this leg, just getting on with it. Finding a ton there.
Randy gets back within touching distance.
Randy will get a look at the match. 126 should start on the 19s in this format.
And this is where we can start to see a little bit of a difference. Looks like Randy's going to take the right shot here, going down at the 19s. But at this level and this style of play, the proper shots become that much more important.
Cody looked real nervy on the double 5 in the last leg. See if he's more comfortable with double 16. He is. Pegging it with the first dart.
Elliott Milk up 2-0 on Danny Pace. Brian Dennis 2-0 up on Curtis Witherby. The winner of those two matches are going to face off in that second round. We are playing double elimination. Best of 5 on both sides.
Randy firing in a 140 open. A must-win leg here for Cody to force a decider. Big third there. Switching down for cover.
Yeah, I guess I never noticed previously how kind of straight up and down Cody stands. There's not a whole lot of lean. To his throw.
And it did just come through. The Milkman did polish off a 3-0 win. And Brian Dennis did as well. So, battle of the undefeateds there. As Milk and Brian both go 3-0 in their first match. As we see Randy looking to pile in the triples. Yeah, big 180 there to leave 41 after 9.
Yeah, great shot. Deciding, well, basically his best opportunity to win starting this leg.
And Cody, you can kind of sense that he knows what it means. So Randy just needs 41 to wrap this one up. 3-1.
Double 16. There it is, first dart.
So we hop back over to the Gates and Maloney match. Mike Maloney's up 2-1. Gates throwing first in this leg. We talked about it in our first match. Jared Henry was the favorite there against Lackey, and he almost lost, which would have been our first upset. But gotta say that this would be the biggest upset, as Gates, almost everyone that I spoke to's on paper favorite. And honestly, he's earned that right over the last couple years. I mean, what he did in Chicago at the BullShooter finals this year, paired with him following that up by going to New York and winning the North American PDC event, and beating Fallon Sherrick on stage. Yeah, Leonard, kind of the form American dart player right now.
Big triple here keeps the pressure on him. So 1-2-6 to tie it up. Otherwise, Mike Maloney is going to have an opportunity to win this match. 3-1. Leonard wisely taking his time, stepping off to the side, finds the 57.
Oh, and he sticks it.
What a finish.
Deuces to that leg, and deuces apiece in this match. 2-2. We're going to get a cork for the decider. Maloney not putting a great dart on it, just barely in.
Yeah, I don't think he still has it, but Leonard previously having the bullseye world record of number in a row.
Leonard does take it. Yeah, I think it was like 66, something like that.
Something absurd.
Yeah, I'm almost positive it was in the 60s.
Maybe Boris.
I think Boris was the one. Like, it was almost immediately, like,
maybe the same event or the same
well,
shootout.
it wasn't the same one, but it was like the very next event of that series. So Leonard does have the start. It opens with a 140. Got to be thinking 12 darts here for both players. You can't expect to throw a 9, but for Leonard, he expects to get 12 darts to this leg. For Maloney, his only hope is a 12-darter, because Leonard's not going to finish in less than 15.
Yeah, and 42 to open in a leg where you got to go 12.
Still possible, but makes it very difficult.
And this is where all of that stage and pressure experience that Leonard has had and has racked up over the last couple of years is looking to shine through.
But Maloney putting in a 180, getting back in it. Actually edging ahead by 6 points. Still Leonard the favorite here with the darts, but Maloney just kind of whispering in Leonard's ear that he's still here.
Hopefully literally, too.
Like, literally whispered in his ear,
yeah.
like, I'm still here.
I'm coming for you.
Actually, one of my favorite stories ever was Taylor and Whitlock playing each other. And Taylor talked about back-to-back 180s there for Maloney. But Taylor talked about Whitlock when he first come to the PDC. Like, they would walk off stage during the breaks, and he'd look at Phil and be like, I'm not done yet. Like, I'm still coming.
Yeah, in their world final. Yep. So Leonard going to set it up, but Maloney with back-to-back 180s. We talked about it still being possible for a 12-darter after starting with 42, and back-to-back 180s have opened up this opportunity.
99's a 3-dart finish. Tops. And he drills it. So Mike Maloney, your winner, booking his place in round number 2 against Randy Fern. For Leonard, he will have to battle against Cody Willis. So as we jump over to our bracket real quick, we'll give you a quick update while we wait for the boards to come through. So if we start at the top here, I know we've been kind of rambling on through them, but it looks like board number 1 will have Mark Mears and Jared Henry. And then we've got a couple of losers bracket matches there sitting and waiting. The next winners bracket match to get aboard will be Brian Langley and Chainsaw. We've got Jeremiah Malar and Alex Spelman, a pretty tasty matchup there in round 2. We got Milkman and Brian Dennis, both of which have not lost a leg yet. And there we see Mike Maloney and Magneto will take on, well, and then the bottom portion of that, the Assassin got the bye, and JC Martinez just eliminated Danny Delfino. Well, beat Danny Delfino in the first round. And then Kevin Luke received a bye, and the other 3 matches are underway right now. Dustin Holt up 2-0, and then Kenny Doyle and Garrett Rakowski on board 5. So we should be able to show you that one. And then Ryan Dreyer and Eric Gregory on board 6.
And the cool part is we've got all of these players roped into one room. They cannot escape very far.
So it looks like Jeremiah Malar and Alex Spelman got put on a board 2. So we're going to go ahead and give you that one.
And we've got options, so we should be able to keep the action flowing as best we can today. Appreciate everybody logging in to hang out with us again. We're gonna play this all the way out through the finals, and then those top 4 players will play off tomorrow for all the marbles on the ESPN stream.
And Alex, our big 9-dart hero from Chicago this year, in a double-in, double-out event, split bull. So he went, I believe it was 160 in, 180, and 161 finish. So we know what he's capable of. Jeremiah Malar, one of the most decorated soft-tip players in North American history. A lot of big titles to his name, so this should be a pretty good matchup here in the second round. I need to take we got quite a variance between these 2 players' throws and heights. So Alex stands pretty far to the right. Jeremiah stands left
and low.
Alex stands at like 6'3". Jeremiah stands at like 5'3". So we'll try to get the camera perfectly positioned between the 2.
Yeah, instead of a step stool, we'll have to just adjust the camera. I feel like that's more of a working solution. It's always exciting to see these big tournaments where all the players are, for the most part, a known quantity. I mean, we have the benefit today of getting some bios to fill in any blanks that we may have had.
Well, and even for the players that we know and see quite a bit, to actually get a little bit of backstory. I mean, we candidly don't get to talk to these guys as much as we'd like to. I mean, to see what they do in their day-to-days and, how many kids they have and where they started, who got them interested in darts. Those are the little, snidbits that we just don't get in talking to them.
But no, I mean, looking at the field and then thinking after 2 matches, the number of players that you're going to have gone.
Oh, yeah.
That in their given area or given another day could have actually won the tournament. I mean, again, after the next round on the losers bracket side, Cody Willis or Leonard Gates is not going to be in this tournament any longer. It's kind of an incredible kind of thought when you put it in those terms. But such is the standard that we are playing at.
That's why you got to play the games. The favorites don't matter once we line up and play. So it looks like we may be getting a cork here.
We can update Jared Henry taking on Mark Mears. He's up 1-0. Dustin Holt able to overcome Donnie Ram 3-0. Sets up another tasty second-round match between Kevin Luke and Dustin.
So Maya did win the court. Will lead us out. In the format, 501 split bowl, must double out. Best 3 out of 5.
Yeah, best 3 out of 5 loser starts. So this format gets a lot of these matchups to that fifth and deciding leg, which is I'm sure nerve-wracking for the players, but great for us. The drama can kind of build throughout each one of these. And Alex going to start off perfect.
Mr. 9. Already on a 9.
Do we see one?
In this format, the only reason I don't definitely say yes is because it's like not a very long event. Only 32 people, slightly short format. I mean, with these players, if we were playing a long format, I'd say absolutely.
I thought you were going to hinge on the C part. Like
well,
there will be one,
that's,
but whether or not we actually get to see it.
Well, we may not have to wait. We may get the answer to that question almost immediately.
This game, sometimes for Alex, just appears to be frustratingly easy.
And Alex, I mean, for what he's accomplished lately, he may be a very underappreciated player in this event based on the lead up. He just doesn't have a whole lot of soft tip experience, and that sometimes doesn't matter, as we see. Oh, just barely missing that triple 19. But the same finish for Jeremiah after 9 darts. Can he get it done? Otherwise, this leg very much in danger.
Goes 1 dart closer. Can he finish it? And he can. You see the fist pump there. Hold a throw. 141 finish there from Jeremiah Malar.
So, I mean, we essentially had a 9-darter. We had 2 180s and a 141 finish. We just need to re-scramble the shots a little bit.
And look at this from Alex. Back in there already.
I was going to say he hasn't missed a triple 20. Alex did 3-0 Rick Hinsey, which pretty impressive in the first round. Rick, I believe the third or fourth favorite, according to the bookies.
So our last couple of first-round matches are in the thick of it. Kenny Doyle and Garrett Rakowski, 1-all, and Ryan Dreyer and Eric Gregory, 1-all. as well. My thought is that 141 was bigger for Jeremiah than it was Alex, just given that may sound silly, but he needed that to hold his throw, and Alex was going to start that.
What makes it even more, in my opinion, like big for Jeremiah, and I think that I know Jeremiah fairly well. Jeremiah very much finds little things within the match or within the thing to really basically edge himself on. And the fact that he hit the 141 after Alex didn't will definitely in his head, yeah, I can do it because you can't. Like, type of deal. And I mean that in the most respectful, like he's just a competitor kind of way. He finds those little things. I played a league against him, and like after every week it was a competition of who had the higher average, and he would send me like, oh, I thought I had you this week, like how'd you do it, like stuff like that. He was always like competing for like something small just to kind of edge up.
Right.
But we see Alex there finishing 11 this time. So tied up at one leg apiece.
Yeah, 12 certainly the standard that we're watching in this particular match. You see the long blink after that last dart goes into the one. And my assumption, if it's not already there, is that's going to be the standard for almost every one of these matches.
We will weed out the couple of players who aren't feeling it today through the first couple of rounds. And then after that, yes, you will be expected to put in a 12-dart leg to win. I mean, we're going to see some 15s, hold throw a good bit, but beyond that, 12 is what these guys have to be coming to the board expecting to put in.
Joe Cheney in some trouble. Brian Langley up 2-0 on the chainsaw in their second round encounter. And it's continuing to pepper that treble 20. Essentially taking the darts here.
So Alex from 261 could look to push ahead. Maybe make himself the favorite in this leg. Another triple. Leave a finish. No. So Jeremiah will come to the board looking at 157. To nose back in front, 2-1. Triple 19 now, leave double top. Triple 18 for double 12. He knows that it'll come back. 176, not a finish for Alex. Alex going to look to apply some pressure. Puts in a 136 to leave a double.
Now 60 sometimes tricky just because the way some people's darts land, but in soft tip, those darts are going to land flatter and keep that bed open as we see Jeremiah finish 2 darts, taking that 2-1 lead.
Looks like we have a 5th game decider in round number 1 against Ryan Dreyer and Eric Gregory. And then on board 5, Kenny Doyle and Garrett Rakowski. Kenny up 2-1. Alex managing to find a triple with his third dart. Really needed it. With Maya up 2-1. You want to make sure you keep applying pressure.
Yeah, Brian Dennis and Elliot Milk assigned aboard. So they will be getting underway here shortly. So Alex has the darts here to tie this one up and get to that all-important fifth leg cork.
Another 180 there from Alex. Finding the triple 20 pretty regularly. Jeremiah so far has just been able to nick a couple of legs. I think that cork is proved to be pretty valuable so far. Alex looking down. Will probably stay down now. No, he came back up. So Jeremiah now with chance to leave a finish. Should switch down to the 19. Well, he's not going to leave a finish now. Does manage to find a triple 20, but Alex, a big favorite in this leg, as he'll get 6 darts from 177. And the player's getting a little more nervy late in this match. And a no triple turn for Alex. So Jeremiah now, he may feel that he'll have 6 from 186.
I was just gonna say we were talking about kind of the shark, the blood in the water that Jeremiah is. This is certainly a spot where he'll feel that way, but he's not taking advantage of it at all.
Yeah, only 28 scored. Really letting Alex off there. Looks like on the board next to these guys, Brian Langley and Chainsaw. Chainsaw, after being down 2-0, rattled off the last 2. As we see a 136 coming in here for Alex. Big finish to tie us up at 2 legs apiece. So 5th game deciders all around. We've got another cork. Maya to show.
We are the Oprah of fifth legs.
You get a 5th
You
leg.
get a fifth leg.
You get a 5th leg. And a miserable cork there from Jeremiah, barely on the screen.
Was still feeling that 28. That's exactly what that dart is. Did not take his time. Did not collect himself. Throws a 128 followed by a big check by Alex.
So Alex should have the start here. He does. Need to swap teams. There you go.
So less important, I would say, for Alex to find a bunch of triples. He definitely would have wanted to find more, but pressure on this man.
It's the same old story. He'll want to finish in 12. If he sets up a 12 darter and Jeremiah takes it 9, he'll be perfectly fine with that. He did everything he could. He knows Jeremiah's not going to throw the 9 now, so just finish in 12. Updating the bottom of the first round. Kenny Doyle does get past Garrett Rakowski 3-1. And Eric Gregory finding the 5th leg decider against Ryan Dreyer. So they will square off in round number 2. And a 180 there from Alex.
Big shot.
And it looks like Chainsaw routed off 3 in a row to come back against Brian Langley. So he will square off against Jared Henry in round 3.
And we're all square here. So 6 darts in. Who can go out in 6 to complete that 12 darter we keep talking about? Alex needs to find something.
Good third dart triple there. 121, a pretty manageable finish. It's only 1 triple to a double, but it may be a double bull. We'll see if Jeremiah can leave something better. Well, it's not going to be better. And it's not even going to be an out. So another slack visit there from Jeremiah, and you see what it means to him as he yanks his darts out of the board. So Alex now will have 6 darts from 121 if he needs them.
Yeah, not the play from Jeremiah that I was expecting kind of in these pivotal moments.
I like this, knowing that he has 6 darts, starts on the bull. He'll get a clean shot at double 16. And he hits it. You see the sigh of relief there as he lets out an exhale. So moving into round 3 is Alex Spelman. Jeremiah Malar are going to move into the loser side. And it looks like on board 5, Randy Fern and Mike Maloney have been assigned. Jump over there while they warm up and get ready. Things moving pretty quick.
Yeah, no. Again, we've got all of these players in the same room. They can't go very far.
Well, and I think in an event like this, the players are eager to play. That's the thing. Like Arachnid's done a great job of putting a prize out there that makes the players hungry, and they're here to do a job. And like nobody's, going off to the room to hang out and, partake in the festivities. Instead, they're here, they're serious, they're ready to play when it's their turn. I just wish they took less warm-up darts. Which actually, I don't know. Do we have a practice board? Okay, maybe we blew it on that regard. We should have put one in the other room for them.
Or one in here where we could talk mess to them while they warmed up. So again, greatly appreciate everybody hanging out with us here at the BullShooter Invitational 2022. Again, this is an important event, no doubt, but we are playing this all the way out with these 30 players. We started with 32. The tournament's so difficult, 2 didn't even make it to the tournament. And then, of course, those top 4 that we identify in the tournament today will be playing off tomorrow on ESPN2
at 11 a.m. Eastern time.
And they're going to let us bring the action that time as well.
Hey, the dads will be.
Someone's handed me a live microphone on national television.
No, greatly looking forward to it. Really, the opportunity to put darts back on ESPN is kind of something that I think as dart players and fans in America we've always wanted, and here we are. So, tomorrow, tune in. Set your DVR if you got to work. I get that it's middle of the day for most people.
No, if you don't call off of work, are you even a fan?
How much are you committed to growing the game of darts in America if you don't call off work?
Not much is what I'm saying.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. Call off work.
We do have the Milkman and Brian Dennis. Milkman 2-1 lead in that one.
And the winner of that one will take on Alex Spelman.
have our first loser side match with a board. Paula Murphy taking on Dr. Handsome, Johnny Lackey. Shout out to Johnny, brand new little baby in the last month or so. Still getting some warm-up darts here. Should be a good one between these two. Polar opposites. One's a hat forward kind of guy. One's a backwards hat kind of guy. Maloney, of course, coming through that big first-round matchup against Leonard Gates.
Yeah, I think coming into this event, the number one favorite would have been Leonard Gates, and the number two favorite would have been Jeremiah Malar, and we've seen both of them lose on our feed here early. In fact, it's set up that they will have to face off in the losers bracket if Soldier beats Cody Willis and then Brian Dennis, and Jeremiah Malar beats Danny Delfino. They will square off in, what is that, the loser takes 13th-ish, something like that, 13th, 16th.
Yeah, so at least one of those guys is not going to be in your top four. All coming down to in a double elimination. While of course seeding is important in these kind of matchups, but double elimination offers the opportunity to catch one of those guys early and then get through there. But both falling at different hurdles and lining up on the loser side of the bracket as well.
So Magneto does have the start after winning the cork. Magneto didn't play that great in his first match against Cody. Cody seemed to struggle a bit, but based on the way that Maloney played against Gates, gotta feel that he's feeling a little better coming into this.
Yeah, interested to see if he's settled in after that first one, and can Mike Maloney keep the pressure that he kept exerting on Leonard.
Maloney flighting out on the last start, 135.
Nice 180 there from Randy. Already, for my money, looking more comfortable than he did in the
100%
first round.
Yeah, those first round jitters are no more for Randy. It's always good to get a win under the belt.
Good shot here on 89. Double 8 for the first leg. Good finish.
12 dart leg.
Now Mike to get us going for his opportunity.
Maloney's only going to score 90, finding a couple of triple fives.
Again, if you want to follow along, we do have the bracket up. It is at leagueleader.net. You can search for the BullShooter ESPN bracket. It does allow for live updates on the scores. So follow along there. We'll periodically take a trip around just to let you know. We've got Brandon Asado tied up with J.C. Martinez. Martinez is at one apiece. Dustin Holt, a multiple regional winner this year, taking on Kevin Luke and leading 1-0. And then in the very bottom of the bracket, we've got Kenny Doyle and Eric Gregory. And, of course, we've got the losers bracket matches underway. A distinction that shouldn't be a shameful one, but nobody is going to want it. The first out of the tournament.
And Randy there from 302 elected to start on the 20s. That's something that's probably lost on him. Hasn't played enough split bull. But from that spot, actually, had he started on the 18s and then found a couple of triples after a single, he would have left a finish. But instead, 162, not an out. And here he'll just have to set it up and hope that Maloney misses.
Yeah, and lesson learned. I mean, had he started where he needed to on the 18s and found the two triples following, he would have had a shot at that leg. And that was the difference that we talked about earlier. I think more and more the players that are in tune with those kind of setup shots, that quite frankly are easier in a soft tip setting, are going to be that much more important.
Yeah, the likelihood of hitting those big finishes is actually improved. So it's pretty arguable that you should actually take the right shot even more often or even more so. It matters more.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a purist. I think you should be taking the right shots anyways. But, I mean, the best player or the most winning player ever didn't always do that in Taylor. So,
but that was in a game where the likelihood of him hitting it weren't as great. The likelihood of your opponent hitting the double on first ask wasn't as great. And also the gap between him and all of the other players was pretty large. Whereas here in small margins, you have to take the correct shot.
Fine, you've convinced me.
Cool. That's all I was after.
I think I was saying that to begin with.
Hey, you kind of backpedaled, made an excuse for Taylor.
No, I was saying what I was saying to be like, I thought that he was wrong.
Oh,
for doing it the way that he did. Bit of a bulk here from Randy. I think just seeing if he wanted to change away from that treble 20.
Staying updated on the bracket, J.C. Martinez dispatched of the Assassin to move into the third round of the winners bracket, where he would take on the winner of this one.
Yeah, I would have to say this portion of the bracket may have been the toughest.
No. Alex Spelman right now, for my money, has had the toughest. To go Rick Hinsey, Jeremiah Malar, and then the Milkman.
Okay. I concede.
Because in my opinion, the toughest matchup of the first round was Spelman and Hinsey. Oh, double. Big shot there from Maloney, finishing a 140. Triple, double. To take a 2-1 advantage.
Yeah, great finish. Kind of tough. Randy's going to get the start, so still may see that deciding leg.
I would listen to an argument, though. I think you got a point of Maloney going Soldier, Magneto, and then JC. If it's Maloney that comes through this one.
Well, even Randy and Cody. That's why I was looking at kind of those first 4 matches. But yeah, Elliott. Even the 2 matches below Alex and Rick, certainly formidable.
Randy putting in a better leg this time. 181 after 6.
And let's face it, everybody else just had cakewalks.
Oh, yeah.
To where they're at.
I mean, a couple of these guys had buys.
Oh, goodness.
Much better here from Randy. Looking to tie this up at 2 legs apiece.
Yeah, shooting for that treble 15 to leave 16. Seen him finish that a couple of times. Not a complete quit there from Maloney, but you could tell he just wasn't that worried about it. He knows he's got this decider coming up.
Yeah, free rolling a bit. Gets one free crack at it, but that cork will be important. As we are tied up at 2 legs apiece. Kevin Luke taking a 3-1 victory over Dustin Holt. Moving into the third round of the winner's bracket. And Eric Gregory 2-0 up on Kenny Doyle. Winner of that will take on Kevin Luke. Looks like Maloney put in a real good dart for the cork as he fist bumps it. Oh. I apologize. I clicked the wrong camera. The wrong diddle camera. Did he tie it? He did. So both players with a double. So Randy now put in another one right next to it.
Well, I can tell you, though, Maloney's probably licking his chops. Oh, it just went left after it landed.
I know where you're getting at, yeah. With 3 darts laying in the bottom like that, especially Randy's darts are pretty thick. That was a pretty good little wall to lay it on.
Yeah, there was a landing strip for sure. I see the players embrace there as we get this deciding leg underway. Loser side, Paula and Johnny, Lackey, Dr. Hanson. The 2 facing off or got underway first in the on the loser side, 1 apiece in that one.
And Randy opens up with a 180. Wins the cork and goes 180 in the 5th leg. He really wants to play on ESPN.
What a big follow there. After the miss, though. Gotta shout out Maloney for staying with it there.
Randy unable to remain perfect, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 140 down to 181 after 6. Averaging a 53.33.
Yeah, big shot. Oh, and Maloney's not going to find the 2 behind it. So 6 darts, maybe even 9 for Randy here.
Well, he got rid of that odd 1 and puts in a couple of triple 20s to leave 60. So Randy, 60 after 9. A quality leg, to say the least.
Yeah, 5th leg decider after you win the cork and you start 180, and pretty much 2 big triples after that each time. That's a good place to be.
Bringing it when you need it. Oh, but he's going to make this interesting. Nothing to really worry about. He knows his opponent's not on a finish.
I felt like I almost did that to him because I was like, a triple 19 after that single one would make this really interesting. And then he's 1 hole out. It's like, I just got to stop thinking about these things.
Maloney going to try to apply as much pressure as possible as he does. But 3 clear at a windshield. That is the double 20.
Shake of the head at the start of this throw.
Okay. I think we had the same kind of wait, you're in a great spot. What are you shaking your head about?
Yeah, you can't be upset right now. You go back and think about being upset.
Yeah. So he does get the job done. So Magneto will take on JC Martinez. Actually, we'll take a look at our bracket here. We haven't taken a look at it sometime. So as we see in the loser side now are getting all the love. We've got Paula and Johnny on board 2, battling it out. Johnny up 2-1 right now. Porky and Joe Hedrick called to board 4. Board 1, Dan Burke and Rick Hinsey. Board 6, Danny Pace and Curtis Wortherby. And then board 5 just got assigned to Leonard Gates and Cody Willis. And then the next board available should be going to Garrett and Ryan down there at the bottom. And our last second round match of the winners bracket, Eric Gregory and Kenny Doyle, with Eric leading 2-1.
So we'll flip over to that losers bracket match between Paula and Johnny.
Smooth Paula Murphy coming to the board. Our only lady in the field. And if you're unfamiliar with Paula, don't let that fool you. She's a player.
Yeah, I didn't hear a single peep about why is Paula
No.
in this event, because that was kind of a no-brainer. I mean, if you're talking about consistent BullShooter performance players.
Yeah, Paula's by far one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated, female as far as BullShooters are concerned. I know she's won the MVP in Chicago quite a few times. Got a couple of ranks to show for it.
So Johnny for the win. Going to take a step back. May go trip 16, may go trip 20. Looks like he's going up. Doesn't find it, stays there. So to take us to a decider, Paula Murphy, 87. Should see a treble 17, double 18, or 17-20 bull.
And one thing to note for these players, big shot. Drills the double bull, throws her hands up like, I don't know. It happened. But what I was getting ready to say is one thing to note for these players that do have a loss, it doesn't matter. All you have to do is make top 4 and we wipe it clean and start over tomorrow.
Yep.
So it's typically we talk about that double dip being so hard to pull off and stuff, but I mean, all you have to do is get to tomorrow, and it's a new start, top 4.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And something that we'll probably touch on again as we get further into this, because those fighting on that loser side that have already used their one loss, if you will, need to keep that in mind.
Looks like Paula did win the cork. So Paula to lead us out in Game 5. And the winner of this will take on the loser of our Kenny Doyle-Eric Gregory match, which is tied up at 2 legs apiece now. Paula opening up with a 140.
Yeah, you see them just over the shoulder there. Kenny Doyle stepping up to the line right next to Johnny. Not able to separate these two after the first 6. Nice recovery, but a little unlucky on that third. Johnny under all kinds of pressure here. Needs to find another big treble. Because if you just trade shots, your opponent's going to get the first look at it.
Yeah, nothing separating the players so far. It looks like Eric might have been shaking hands there on the board next to him. Yes, so Kenny Doyle does get a 3-2 victory on board 5. Paula with a slack turn, opening the door for Johnny. But Johnny going to struggle to find a triple. Does manage to find one with his last dart. Only 81 scored. Paula's still the favorite. Paula going to put in a 2 triple turn. 137. So she does get the first crack at a finish.
Yeah, and because she hit 2 triples there, she's only going to need 1 to get to that finish. Still doable. Treble 19, double top. Oh, and you could. She was reaching for that. She was reaching for that. That was not the Paula stroke that we're used to. Buries the treble 20. Not the ideal shot on 78, but does leave a single dart finish. Can Johnny finish?
I think Paula said all doubles are the same size. I don't care.
And after that first dart, no finish for Johnny. So double 9 to send Johnny packing. Oh, and she's inside. Needs to straighten it up.
Double 4.
And it doesn't count. Board registers a miss. So Johnny lives to see this 32. Inside. Double 4 for him. Inside.
Who wants it?
Paula had her darts away.
It's mental. You do that? You ironically put them away?
Oh, you think that's a
Yep.
gamesmanship thing?
Yep. Well, it's not gamesmanship because my opponent doesn't know. But yeah, once we see Paula come up there and whack it. But yeah, for me, it's like a good juju thing. Like, I'm not supposed to get another shot, so I'm gonna go ahead and put my darts away, and then bam, I get another shot.
Oh man. Do you get Reiki massages too?
I do not. I haven't stepped my game up quite yet. My lovely wife, whose birthday is today, happy birthday to her. She's has a Reiki massage scheduled in about an hour and 7 minutes. She loves them. I won't lie to you. The first time that I was told that she paid the standard masseuse price for somebody to hover over top of her for an hour, I was a little disappointed. Like, honey, I thought we knew better than this. You got hoodwinked. Like, they're not real massage got you, but no, she loves them. She says she feels refreshed after somebody just gives her good energy.
I personally just don't like somebody pushing my energy around like that, so that's why I don't. That's why I don't get them.
Is that why?
That's why.
Do you sleep with rocks?
I try to as few times as possible.
Okay, well, my wife does it like every night on purpose. So she's I love her to death.
We'll see. You know, this is why I think you guys fit so well together by putting your darts away. That's your Reiki massage.
Yep, it's all about that spirituality, bud. You got to be in touch.
Back to the action here at the BullShooter Invitational 2022.
Oh, we got some darts going on.
Rock Hill, South Carolina. We thought we were just talking to each other on the phone.
Is this not a podcast?
It's not a podcast.
Oh, okay. Big 180 there from Cody. He's down 2-0. Going to need to rattle off some legs if he's going to spoil the dreams of Leonard. Leonard leaving 16 after 9. Setting up a potential 10-dart leg, but may never get a look at it.
Oh, tried for double on the 64.
I mean, given the size of the double bull compared to the other doubles, I don't necessarily mind the shot. But that trip 14 double 11, that's probably the way to go. As we see, Leonard getting a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, Cody Willis, our second player out of the tournament.
Ooh, and it looks like on board 2, we're going to have Jeremiah Malar and Danny Delfino.
Moving right along here this afternoon. Again, greatly appreciate everybody joining us for all of the action here. We're glad that we're able to bounce around, keep the action flowing for you. We are playing all the way through this tournament, so we will have a final today. But for these players, that top 4 is the objective. That gets you to tomorrow.
And on ESPN2, which I know, speaking from personal experience, to play on ESPN2 would be a dream. I imagine that all of these players would have the same level of... I'm trying to think. Probably the only one that has is Cheney, right? Cheney played on ESPN.
Yeah. Yep.
But he's the only player in the field that can actually say that they've played on ESPN before.
Yeah, 2006 World Series.
Was it 06? I thought it was before that. But
Or was it 04?
I think it was 04 because I graduated in 04. And I was not playing Still Tip when the World Series happened. I was just hearing about it.
The way my brain works, it was like even number.
Gotcha. But yeah, Joe Cheney, the only one with ESPN experience. 18 years later, trying to get back. It's a comeback story. All these young bucks trying to stand in the way. And Cheney doing himself a favor. It's 2-0 on the day. Running down through the winners bracket, we're down to 8 people. We've got J-Rod and Chainsaw, Alex Spelman and the Milkman, Magneto and JC Martinez, and Kevin Luke and Kenny Doyle. All 8 of them just 2 wins away. 2 wins. If they win their next match, all they have to do is win 1 more. Now, if they lose their next match, they have to win 3. But win your next match, plus 1 more, and you're into tomorrow.
6 legs.
6 doubles.
6 doubles. I remember thinking that way. Now I think, please let me hit a triple to get to a double.
Will I get a shot at a double?
Can you play poor enough that I will get to a double and get to shoot at it? So Dan Burke, right now losing to Rick Hensey 2-1. Joe Hedrick down 2-1 to Steve Hilger over on board 4. Danny Pace and Curtis Witherby facing off on board 6. Winner will play Mike Maloney.
While these players are warming up, please do us a favor. Hit that like and share. We are up over 2K. We'd like to see us get above 3K. Yeah, there may even be a prize in there if we can get above 3K.
3K?
Yeah.
Like and share, help us get there. We'll do our best to work on the giveaway part.
So we are getting started here. Maya to lead us out. This is the same format all the way through. At least till we get to tomorrow.
Yeah, one of the biggest learning experiences is yet to come. We have not had an opportunity to speak with the production team that we'll be working with tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to hear the feedback from today's production and kind of the direction that we get.
Well, and I think I'm a guy that watches a lot of sports on TV. So to compare it to the other sports, the lesser known sports, such as the cornhole or the bowling or something like that, where like bowling has always been really fascinating to me, where they will play tons of games. Like they show up, they play scores like to see where they're seated, and then they do a tournament, and then they get all the way down to like the top 6, and it's seeded from there, and then it's one game from there on out. So like 5th place 6th, winner of that plays 4th, winner of that plays 3rd. So to come into this, and I think we're just so accustomed as dart players that, oh, well, the format's going to be at least as long in the finals,
right.
Stuff like that. That may not be the case. We're dealing with a time schedule, but we know that you're playing for 10K for first place. So it'll be interesting to see how the timing and everything works out for what tomorrow looks like. But yeah, no one really quite knows if we're going to be able to make our hour schedule with the same format that we're playing. It could potentially go to 2 out of 3. I mean, but again, like cornhole, I mean, they'll play a bunch of games and then one game in the final. That's it. Like, as we see Maya take leg number 1.
Yeah, and it's funny because, I mean, who knows where cornhole was as far as they brought it to TV. But, I mean, that's going to be very foreign to probably us and the 2.1 thousand that are watching us now on Facebook. But to the viewer, that may be what the new standard is, or the understanding that that's how darts is played.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, we'll try to get the most deserving players to the TV, but the TV is what drives everything. So we will have to play it to that format to make sure that it fits the time slot.
Yeah, filled it up there from Jeremiah. Danny really going to need to step up his game.
Danny was kind of a wild card coming into this. We haven't seen him in, well, I think the last regional he played was 2019. Obviously, taking care of his health. For those that knew Danny before, down about 70 pounds or so. Looks really good, but not sure how much he's been playing. We actually did get a chance to, or I did. I talked to him a little bit on the phone leading up to this to see how he's been doing. He said for about 4 months he hasn't really played, but he did start picking them up for this, and they felt pretty good. But yeah, again, just a real wild card for whether he would be able to show up and play well. To this point, it's looked like he just hasn't had it compared to what Maya's putting up. But we all know what Danny used to be.
Yeah, Danny going to look to set it up from here.
Updating the bracket, looks like Steve Hilger, Porky, did put an end to Joe Hedrick's run with a 3-1 victory. Looks like Garrett Rakowski is 2-1 up on Ryan Dreyer. They are playing right there. You see Ryan in the back next to Danny. So Danny down 2-0 is going to have to rattle off 3 straight. We know that Joe Cheney did this earlier.
Yeah, super tough format to do that in, but not impossible. Again, going to need either help from Jeremiah or a turnaround in form to pull it off.
And we already talked about what a shark Jeremiah is when he smells the blood. And there you see a 180. Really wanting to put Danny out of his misery.
And you see Jeremiah up 2-0, up a sizable score. Upset he's not able to find that fifth triple 20. Again, just kind of speaks to the player that he is. Jeremiah first to a finish. First to a good finish, too. A wry smile there from Danny as the first dart goes wayward. Does stay with it and find a treble, but this one feels all but over as Jeremiah steps up here. Looking at 88. Double top for a 3-0. Ooh, leaned forward, thought it was in. Double 10 then. There it is. Danny Delfino is out. Jeremiah Malar moves on. And sets up another tasty one. Jeremiah going to play the winner of Leonard Gates or Brian Dennis. So again, Soldier fighting for his life after losing in the first round. going to have to get through Brian Dennis and then Jeremiah Malar to try to make it to that top 4 for tomorrow. See Donnie Ram and Brian Langley warming up here on board 5. Winner of that will play the winner of Garrett Rakowski and Mark Mears, who have been aside board 1. And then the last one in the, first round of the losers bracket, Danny Pace and Curtis Witherby on board 6. Looks like the players are getting the match set up here. And just to let you guys know, the other match has not started either. We'd flip over there to board 2.
I think we're waiting on Brian to get back here. I see him there in the background.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen Danny Pace and Curtis. I would have thought that I'd seen them kind of meandering around.
Oh, on 6?
In between shots there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe our camera just doesn't pick it up. Looks like Brian set it up now.
All right, court coming in. This is a second round in the losers bracket.
Ooh, Brian way high on that one. This is the first match for Brian since he let the one against Chainsaw get away. I'm curious of 2 things. One, how was he playing against Chainsaw to go up 2-0? And 2, how he's going to respond to losing after being up 2-0. I think that the first one could really add some context to what we're getting ready to see from the real estate agent from Knoxville, Tennessee. Donnie, the paper mill plant supervisor.
That job sounds like it stinks.
I wish I could tell you I wouldn't know, but live fairly close to a paper mill, so.
Yeah, I lived in Tennessee for a short time and had the opportunity to talk to Brian a couple of times, and the Knoxville area that he's in, as far as soft tip is concerned. Now this has been a couple of years ago. A couple of things have happened between now and
Like what?
and then. But he was saying you could play a soft tip blind draw six nights a week, a couple of them per day on the weekend. So there's it's a vibrant group in his area.
Well, thankfully the camera stayed positioned.
It survived.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard some stories of some Knoxville guys from way back. And yeah, it's always kind of been one of those cities where I've actually been to play darts. But based on everything I hear, they seem to have a pretty good soft tip dart culture.
Yeah, no doubt one of the reasons that that BullShooter places one of their regionals there, typically. Which, by the way, if you head over to BullShooter.com, you can check out all of the results. We just finished up with the kind of the final tournament of that series back in May, and we see a big 180 there from Brian. But it'll start again, I believe, coming up in September in Florida is normally when they get that going. So if you like what you're watching, if you're new to the sport, just joining us today, your local league affiliate is definitely one way to check that out. And then, of course, if you head over to BullShooter.com, as the new dates for the BullShooter Regional Tour will be available. Brian takes this first leg. Donnie to get us started in the second. And we finally got some movement over there on board 6. Curtis Witherby taking a 1-0 lead over Danny Pace. Nice open there. Keep talking about this format. Do not want to go down 2-0. Guarantees your opponent to start one of the legs aside from the final. The final leg having to win that cork.
I wish I could see the camera angle from the other side on Brian's throw. Like, I can't tell the angle that he holds the dart. Like, it almost looks like he's got it cockeyed.
Like a Ronnie Baxter?
Yeah.
It's certainly like it has a lot of movement once it hits the board. But I don't know if that's the tip that he uses.
He's doing a fairly good job of placing where he needs to in this match so far.
Yeah, he's going to get a shot for that 2-0 lead. Going to be a big one. 164. Treble 20, treble 18, double bull. Glad he didn't make a liar out of me. You can also go treble 19, treble 19. Good find on the third, but Donnie, 60 to tie it up. He's going to find it double-double. Not the way he wanted to do it, but job done. And again, we're talking about BullShooter.com. Spider 360, also a good place to find some gear with your favorite BullShooter logos. They got some drinkware, shirts, jerseys. Danny Pace ties it up in our last first round loser bracket matchup.
Brian putting in a 140, running away with this leg. Ooh, but Brian opens the door a little bit. He's still up by 180 points. But now may force himself to have to finish 178 and 6.
So very quickly, we are getting down to the business end of this tournament. Some big names already out. Some big names already in the losers bracket. And going to face off. So we know we're going to lose some of them. But this is what happens when you get everybody, all the murderers in the same room.
Lots of murdering. I mean, we've even got an assassin in the field. So Brian up 2-1 now.
Now, my guess after watching Brian play here is this was about the level of consistency, and maybe it just dropped off in the three legs, allowing Cheney to come back.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Brian took advantage of a miss or something along there. Maybe he, outplayed him the first leg, and then Joe missed the finish. Brian punished, and then Joe hit another gear, or maybe the opposite happened. Brian had a miss, and now we're 2-all. And, okay, now we're corking for who's going first. But Brian certainly doesn't seem to be playing that poorly.
No, that's what I mean. I think your assumption about maybe just a couple of key moments not going his way in the last three legs, because I believe he didn't win the cork. But I think both men especially both being Tunisians, would give us a fair assessment of that first round match. And he's in a great opportunity here, great spot here. Finds 2 big trebles. Could have first whack at the finish in this one. It's not going to happen. So Donnie Ram's got 6 from 219. Oh, and he uses a lot of the first 3.
Can Brian apply some pressure to that 96? Feel he needs at least a 140. Well, Ton does leave a finish. Oh, and a slack dart there. Really a careless dart from Donnie. Needed to make sure at worst case he set up the double. Now if he does come back, he may only get 2 darts at the double. Brian just barely missing the triple 15 to leave double 8. So 48 from Donnie now. Oh, when he rams it into the triple.
See what you did there.
So a bust. Very unfortunate for Donnie. So Brian, 31 for the win. And there it is. Really taking advantage of the mistake by Donnie. So moving on, Brian Langley. He waits the winner of Garrett Rakowski and Mark Mears.
Danny Pace polishing off Curtis Witherby after being 1-0 down. Able to come back 3-1, and that sets up his matchup against Mike Maloney.
I'm seeing some of the winners' brackets start to move around. Wondering if now that we're through, well, we've got the Danny Pace Mike Maloney match would be the last of the second round of the losers bracket to get called. And then maybe the board assignments will jump back to the winner's side as we see Milk here jump up. Maybe just keeping the arm loose. Milk waiting to play Alex Spelman in the winner's side.
Yeah, I'm sure we used to call this vulture warm-up. I'm just looking for an open board.
As soon as a match gets done, you're like at the board, like just to get 6 or 9 in.
Yeah, get them in there.
Yeah, I know this all too well. Oh, looks like we do have the Paula Murphy Eric Gregory match going on board 2. We'll jump over there. This match tied up at 1 leg apiece.
Paula staying steady on board 2. This is where we saw her dispatch Johnny Lackey in her last match. That's one of the biggest things that I miss about tickets. You used to be able to walk up and get people to leave their board or leave a board. If there's anybody that doesn't know that trick, we used to have tickets. Most tournaments still do, but you could grab 2 tickets and act like to walk up to the board, and you wouldn't even have to lie to anybody. They would just turn around, see that you had
set them down,
see that you had 2 tickets, and if they were just warming up, they'd leave, and you could continue on warming up.
No, what if they did look at you and say, "Are you up here?"
You just say, you don't say anything. That's
so
you
just
you lie through omission.
You
at
just
that point.
ghost them, like they flat out look at you and
or
say,
you point
"Are you up?"
Or you point at the tickets.
Just point at tickets.
No, at that point it got a little hairy. You had to own up.
Like, no, I just found these. I was putting them on this table.
Oh, did you guys think I was up here? Oh, that's not at all what I was trying to do.
167 here for Eric. There's the first bit. There's a second bit. Double bull now. Oh, and he floats it a little high. You see his reaction. Single one. But he knows he'll be back. Looks like we got an embrace on board 3 as Dustin Holt forces Porky to reside to the buffet. 3-1 victory there for Dustin over Steve.
Yeah, winner will take on the winner here.
So 49 to clean up for Eric. Eric a tops guy. Didn't know that.
I was looking at the 17 myself. Expecting the 1732. But no harm, no foul. As Paula will get us started here in the fourth leg, looking to tie this up and send us to a decider. And it is official. We've got Soldier and Jeremiah Malar facing off in the losers bracket. Both losing early. So one will not be with us tomorrow as we play on ESPN2.
Yeah, I think I said it earlier. Your 1 and 2 favorites coming into the tournament. Soldier, most people's number 1, and if you didn't have him, you probably had Jeremiah. So Eric up 2-1, trying to close out victory here. Takes a 70-point advantage. Here comes Paula, switching down to the triple 20s for 4 and finds a triple 19s for 4 and finds a triple 20 to leave 140. So 170 now for Eric. He almost took out 167. What can he do with 170?
And only 30.
So 82, either a double bull or a triple 14.
Should be 14.
And it is.
Nailed it. All right, so for the match, 140. Otherwise, Paul is going to send us to a decider, I have a feeling.
She's back there shaking her head. I think she wants it.
All right, double top to send us to a decider.
Big old double 10.
And a puff of the cheeks.
Did she flex it, Eric?
I don't think so.
I think she turned back like threw the hands up.
She 8-pumped him. Give him.
8-pumped. I heard that. Wow.
Yep.
Who was it that 8-pumped?
Was it Jimmy Wood?
Yes.
Yep. The old 8-pump.
Oh, that's a flashback.
Yeah, I think it was in the one of the
Lakeside.
Was it Lakeside or Masters?
One of the Masters, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was in the Masters.
It might have been that like Zadrunian Masters or whatever it was, the one that had the Z name. So Paula wins the cork.
Doesn't do a whole lot with it. So opening for Gregory. I think both commiserating together that both might be slacking here just a little bit.
Yeah, but again, I mean, you get through this, you catch a little bit of rhythm. I mean, you got a tough one in your next one. You got to play Dustin Holt, whoever wins this. But you get through this. It's a new game. You only need to win, what? After this one, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more to, 5 more to book yourself into tomorrow.
So what can Eric do? Try to turn this leg around. Lost the cork. This is a decider. So winner of this does move on. As DJ said, winner will play Dustin Holt. Looking around the bracket, we've got Dan Burke up 1-0 on Brandon Asado, the assassin. Danny Pace, Mike Maloney still yet to get started. And then again, board 5, so we will have a beat on them to be streamed. Soldier and Malar, the big matchup on that loser side. And it looks like they may be at the board getting ready to get started. It's no doubt, or it's no surprise to me that those two are already kind of up, ready to go.
Well, here's the thing. I know both of them looked at the bracket and saw they'd be playing each other at this point once they lost. So yeah, they've kind of been looking to this match for, like, I know the old saying, like, oh, one match at a time. Like, it's just not true. Like, they're looking ahead to see who they put to play. Looks like they are corking now, but we'll stay with this one to its completion since this is leg number 5.
Yeah, here we go. Finally, a couple big triples from Eric. But 6 good darts here from Paula. She's still going to win this.
That's not a bad dart.
No.
I mean, depending upon your definition, she threw it poorly, but 36 points for a dart. It'll play.
Oh, I thought she was going to find the treble 20 at the end there. But does leave a finish. So first and an out. Both these players having fun. Eric needs to find at least one big triple here to put himself in a good spot. 86 to do, but needs to survive this 164 from Paula. Again, a couple ways to look at this. May go 19s. Yeah, I kind of figured she shot it that way. We'll stay there just for score, trying to set this up. One good one to Slack. 103 if she comes back. This one here should be treble 18, double 16, or 18 bull. Never mind, double 16. Doesn't register, and then inside. So Paula Murphy lives to get a whack at this 103. I can tell you over on that board 5, Soldier eyeing up 44 for the first leg. He's not going to find it. So Jeremiah is going to shoot 60. And Paula only finding 10 in her first 2 darts. Is not even going to get a whack. And Jeremiah does take that first leg over on board 5. Against the darts, but doesn't really matter in this format. Leonard going to get started as we see Gregory polish off that 16. Moving on, taking on Dustin Holt. And that'll do it for Paula Murphy. We'll flip on over to that other match in here just a second. We're having a little bit of camera trouble. We got the cameras out there out in the open where they can be bumped.
Did you say Malar's up 1-0?
I did.
Okay.
Malar is up 1-0, and we are on a 9er. Did I hear a 9er in there? Oh.
The main objective, though, winning the leg. So Leonard's still going to set up double 6. Malar way back in this leg.
Yeah, average on 120 a turn. Nowhere near.
And it looks like the next board calls are the winner's side. So board 2, we're going to have J-Rod and Chainsaw. As Leonard ties us up at 1 leg apiece.
So we're into leg 3. Any predictions?
No. Yeah. We're going to play all 5. That's the prediction.
That's the prediction? I feel like that's fair. We looking around the bracket, we got Dan Burke up 2-1 on Brandon Asado. Mike Maloney up 1-0 on Danny Pace. Both still vying for their opportunity. Garrett Rukowski moving on.
No.
It appears we're just looking at the bracket.
We've got our technical support going to find out.
Oh, there's a board assigned, maybe a misclick of some sort. I can't imagine Brian getting a do not finish.
Oh, they just corrected it.
Yeah. That stuck out like a sore thumb. So Garrett Rakowski and Brian Langley up on board 3 here shortly. Let's see the standard that these guys are playing at. Dan Burke able to polish off Brandon Asado 3-1. I think we did the math. These players on the losers bracket side, 5 matches left in order to make it into the top 4. On the winner side, they've got 2.
As long as they win their first one. Like, even if you win and then lose and then win your next one, you should still be good. Yeah. You'll be in the top 4.
Oh, because then you'll have the... Yeah.
You'll be playing the 5th, 6th match, which will, if you win, you'll move into the 4th place match.
So it just shows stay in the winner's bracket as long as possible.
Yeah, if you didn't know that,
I'm here to tell you.
Yeah. It's a good strategy. Oh, when he catches the double 15, he thought he hit it.
Yeah, he thought that was a no-brainer. And Leonard's going to take a 2-1 lead here, I think.
Yep.
So no harm, no foul. Just the pressure of having to win the last 2 legs. That's all that changed.
Well, in all reality, it's the pressure of having to win the cork. I mean, it was always going to go 5. Like,
who are you trying to convince?
I present Exhibit A.
We'll see. We'll see.
I guess potentially he could hit the double 15 going to the double 10 again. Or Leonard could throw a 9.
Well, I mean, the pressure to win.
It certainly piles on. I don't mean to
After
diminish that by any means. I just feel like at this standard, these guys are so good that even if one of them were to give a leg away going first after being tied up at 1-1, the way that Jeremiah did, he's still so good that he's probably going to win the next one going first.
I think the percentages are in your court.
And I like to lie with the percentages.
So, out in 6. Needs to find 2 big trebles. It's not going to do it, so he needs to find a big treble to even leave a finish.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's making it interesting. Couple triples here from Leonard, and he'll get a lot of pressure piled on that 153. And that's exactly what he does. Puts in 140 to leave 85.
So Mike Maloney.
Triple 19 now. Double 18. Oh, and he misses into the double 1. So again, a double next door. So Leonard has a shot at 85 to take a 3-1 victory.
This is over.
Yes, it is. So Jeremiah Malar eliminated. Leonard Gates still going. Malar has to tell him that that's the match. And we jump over to board 2, back in the winner's side. We've got the chainsaw taking on Jared Henry.
Oh, that was spot on. That was absolutely spot on. I now know why you got the gig.
You didn't before?
I did. I had no idea why I was sitting next to you until that chainsaw noise right there. Oh,
Bulk.
double clutch there from the chainsaw.
And then he fires in a triple.
Look at this.
A 180. Just like Nathan Aspinall. The bulk and then triples.
Yeah, good shot there from Cheney. Getting this one kicked off. I was starting to say there at the end of the Leonard Malar match, we've got Maloney up 2-1 on Danny Pace. Eric Gregory and Dustin Holt going to be getting started just to the camera right of the match that we're watching here as we see Cheney finish off this first leg. So Jared going to get us started here in the second.
Yeah, the cook/bar owner, Jared Henry.
Nice 2 triple turn.
Big 180 open.
Yeah, a little more pace to Joe Cheney marching around.
Is he back there pulling up his socks? And Jared Henry following with a 180.
Yeah, unfazed. Great leg here.
These boys came to play.
Frustration with that third dart, but in all actuality wasn't going to get there on this turn anyway. So who can go out in 6? Is the name of the game.
Didn't think Jared could get around a second dart, but he does manage to find a triple. Something out of the left side of Joe's eye caught his attention.
How much pressure is that 86 going to be under?
Another triple will be a good bit. Ooh, he didn't throw it well, but it went in.
It's a 1-point lead, but most importantly, he's at the board. Another 18.
No, he goes 68, forces himself to have to hit a triple, and pulls it off. A 12-dart finish there for Jared to tie it up at 1 leg apiece. Yeah, if he had missed that triple 20, Cheney would have been coming up to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that was not advisable.
No, to stay on the 18 there, I mean, you guarantee yourself a shot at the double bull. Worst case scenario, if you hit the triple, you still get a dart at a big double. Joe, once again, with a bulk. This time, not a 180.
Yeah, not a 180. I wonder, do you think how he shot that shot frustrated him?
No. I don't think Joe's fazed by his opponent's shot selection at all. I think Joe's had a couple that came out of his hand a little funky. Even that triple 18 that went in for him. I mean, he kind of like short-armed it.
Oh, so you're picking
shook
up
his head. Yeah.
He's frustrated with the stroke right now.
So he throws a very slick dart, and I'm wondering if, I mean, you see him in the background there, if maybe the grip's just not setting perfect for him the way that he wants. I mean, he looks fine, but I think something in the grip is not perfect right now.
So Mike Maloney does finish off Danny Pace after they went 2 apiece, 3-2. So he's facing off against Dan Burke. Eric Gregory and Dustin Holt are underway. Holt leading that one 1-0.
The Milkman 1-0 up on Alex Spelman.
Looks like they assigned the other streaming board. We're going to have Randy Fern and JC Martinez.
Joe unable to leave a finish from 239. So Jared will have 6 darts from 238. And he puts in a 180. Great shot there from Jared. Really capitalize on the bad shot from Joe.
Joe with 95, so 58 for a 2-0 lead.
2-1 lead.
2-1.
The first leg.
Oh. Why did I can't read sometimes, Dad. All right. So it's not as dire as previously I was going to tell you it is, as Joe will have the start here to send us to a decider.
Looks like Jared's getting comfortable.
Yeah, Jared finding that triple 20 very regular now.
Joe following with a 140. Jared just going to focus on staying straight, catching a couple of triples a turn, and finishing 12. Try to force Joe's hand. Oh, but only a 45.
And we can see just how quick those tables can turn. Had the opportunity to put a lot of pressure on Joe there. Joe with another bulk 180. Alex Spelman ties it up over on board 6 against Elliott Milk. Dustin Holt up 2-1 on Eric Gregory. Loving the action today. Again, see Joe Cheney tied up at 2 apiece. Greatly appreciate everybody joining us for the BullShooter Invitational 2022.
So we're going to get a cork here.
I think, did Jared have a poor cork and win against the last time?
It's a good question. I don't recall. But Joe Cheney will have the start.
Little puff of the cheeks there from Joe.
Joe really building up to the shot. Well, the clock is ticking. I hope Joe knows that there is a shot clock. I mean, there's 45 seconds, but he wore it down to 16.
Yeah, interesting. Joe's pretty strong mentally.
I agree.
So
He doesn't look it. Like, if you don't know him, no, I don't mean that like physically. I mean if you watch his like mannerisms and stuff like that, like you think that even here, I mean a lot of head shakes, stuff like that.
Yeah, he looks frustrated.
Yeah, you would think that he's in his head, but really he's shaking out whatever's bad.
Good last again. solid tons. I mean, if this was being played on a different board, he'd be extremely happy. But I think he knows that Jared at any time could come up behind. Just wayward a little bit, but enough breathing room here.
Jared only able to find one triple each turn as well, and he's not staying straight. Again, a third dart triple from Joe. 3 flat tons with a third dart triple each time. But Jared does control his own fate. Oh, the 180 would have left a 160 finish. Jared's not even going to find a triple.
So he needs 2 trebles to leave a finish. Joe doesn't even need 1, but will want to find.
Oh, Joe, I want to set this up. 177 to leave 24. Great shot there from Joe.
Timely. Adds pressure to Jared. Really just a couple of wayward darts here.
Jared did do the minimum amount there to apply the pressure on the 24. Basically asked the question of Joe, you got to hit it or I'll take a 145. So double 12 now for Joe. And he gets the job done. So, Joe, your first player into the top 4 of the winner's bracket. So, guaranteed no worse than 6th place. And we've got Magneto and JC on board 5. See if they're, looks like they're still warming up. We'll jump over there and follow them.
So Joe, awaiting the winner of Alex Spelman and Elliot Milk, who were Alex Spelman leads 2-1.
After the Milkman took the first leg, so Spelman broke in at least one of those. We haven't seen JC yet today. Fern, we've seen a couple of times. First time, not too impressive. The second time, very impressive.
Yeah, taking out Maloney, the Leonard killer.
Yeah, JC so far has beaten Danny Delfino and Brandon Asada, both 3-1 score lines.
Ooh, and confirmation, Spelman beats Elliot Milk 3-1. So 3 on the spin there.
Setting up a chainsaw Spelman. And the winner of that will be guaranteed a spot into tomorrow's telecast on ESPN2 at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
JC, a Mesa, Arizona native. Kind of interesting tidbit I read in his bio. He works for a manufacturer of glucose monitoring systems for patients with diabetes. So, doing the good work there is JC.
Can I just say one thing that I loved about all the bios that we received was it didn't seem to me. I mean, there was a couple of people that had played at various different levels or whatever, but no one was at all like claiming that they weren't preparing for this or playing for hours a day.
Oh, yeah, I was actually
practice-wise.
Shocked. It was one of the things that stood out to me, too, is how much they say they practice. Because, self-admittedly, I'm one that has said, like, look, I played a lot to get to where I got. But once I got there, I didn't play hardly at all. Like, I mean, you jokingly have made posts. Like, you want to know how I know he doesn't practice? I'm a month after our last event, you're sending me a picture of my darts still left in your car. Like, So, I mean, these guys saying, 2, 3, 4 hours a day. Yeah, it's the dedication is pretty impressive. I have to admit.
Yeah, I was super happy because there was a trend in the direction that you're talking for a long time on the steel tip side.
Mm-hmm.
And I never thought it was a good thing, even if it was true, just because
No, it definitely shows a lack of dedication and desire and stuff like that, and I get it.
But yeah, no, I mean, but there were the flip side to that is somebody would say I don't practice, and then they play 6 nights a week league.
Oh, there's definitely those.
And,
Yes,
and it's like, well,
it's
silly
not
Billy
practice,
Gumdrops.
but you're throwing.
Yeah, you're definitely playing.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that would be said a lot. And these guys may even be, I mean, in their bio when they say I play 2 hours a night, they may be talking like I have league almost every day of the week where it's a 2-hour match. But either way, you're that muscle memory that you're having to hit.
That's building form.
Yes. Now, I've played in some leagues that was counterproductive. But for the most part, if you're going and playing darts, you are practicing.
I think we're about to get this one underway. Over on the other streaming board, it looks like Kevin Luke.
Oh, and no rest for Jared as he's right back up against Dustin Holt.
Yeah, Kevin Luke and Kenny Doyle.
There's JC coming back to the board. So as you said, Kenny Doyle and Kevin Luke warming up on the other board. So the winner of this one will play the winner of that one. And 2 of the 4 will be into tomorrow.
Yeah, setting up some interesting loser side matches as well. Because it may be that the loser of Spelman and Cheney is going to have to take on Leonard to get to tomorrow.
We can look. So, yeah, loser to C2. C2 will have to play either Garrett Rakowski, Kevin Luke, Kenny Doyle, Leonard, or Magneto JC to get into tomorrow.
So, yeah, work to be done.
These guys getting the board set up. Looks like we got a cork here from Randy. And I apologize, our cork cam is a bit off, and then I need to adjust it. So where it got messed up earlier from somebody bumping it, the shot, the saved shot is off. So yeah, when I zoomed in, it went to where it was supposed to be before it got bumped. So, all right, looks like JC got the cork. Randy coming out firing again. Opens with a 180. Showing signs of the form we saw in the Maloney match. Oh, JC going to follow with a 180 of his own. 2 out of 3 shots. A 180 early in this one. JC going to follow the 140, leaving a 2-dart finish. Randy staying steady, averaging 140 a turn. But JC earned the right to go first. Needs a triple to leave a double. So an early opportunity here for Randy to steal game number 1.
Should go 12. Should go treble 12.
Yeah, 36 will leave 26. Oh, but you got to make sure you hit at least a single.
Pure indecision there. I don't think he was convinced of it.
So 3 clear at double top for JC. The Arizonan takes leg number 1. Looks like Kevin Luke is up 1 leg to 0 on Kenny Doyle. And Randy opens with a 180 again. The second successive leg.
You got to assume eventually that'll come good for you.
Good switch there from Randy. And a 180 follow.
Yeah, brings him right back into this leg.
Yeah, only 3 points separating the two players.
Randy needs to set this up. That way he's good. No matter the pressure from JC.
On the board next door, looks like Dustin Holt took leg number 1 over Jared Henry. And Garrett Rakowski did get past Brian Langley. Not sure the scoreline on that one. I think where they went into it, it may have not saved the score on the board. So he didn't take out 81 for a 12-darter. Can he take out 84 for a 12-darter? 12 or less, potential 11. So trip 19, same deal as the 62. And again, he misses left.
Absolutely sloppy here at the back end of these legs.
A little better position this time around just because his opponent's not sitting on 40. But, yeah, got to clean up these finishes. Scoring great. Averaging 140 a turn scoring. First 9, excellent.
Well, you got to get a whack at the double. I mean, you can have a different conversation if you go 0 for 2, but you got a shot at the double. But he's not even getting there with big numbers.
So needs to take out 52 now to tie it up at 1 leg apiece.
12 or 20. And there it is.
Job done. Kevin Luke, 2-0 up on Kenny Doyle.
Oh, thought we were going to have a third successive 180 open. And just looking over at the feed, Kenny Doyle in danger of losing 3-0. Kevin Luke's going to come to the board with 98.
JC again putting in a 140.
And Kevin Luke has done it. 2 darts on the 98, treble 20, double 19. And he is into the semifinal on the winner's side.
Waiting the winner of this one. JC wants that to be him. So he puts in another 140. So slack leg here from Randy, only finding 1 triple a turn. His back is going to be against the wall. It's looking like Randy's going to have to win leg number 4 to send us into a decider. But JC still has a little bit of work to do to get us there.
Yeah, good shot selection there from JC. Polishes off the 81. Taking a 2-1 lead.
With Randy not on a finish, he was able to go for the triple 10.
Now, Randy needs the last 2 legs. And this one's relatively the easy part. It's kind of that cork in the final leg that can get a little hairy. So I think the last was into the 5. Yeah. JC trying to follow. Great standard to play here. I have to say the early misses from Randy really haven't changed the game much at all at this point. If anything, would have only been shots to his confidence.
JC, we talked about this earlier of players kind of maybe being in your way left and right. I think Dustin stands pretty far to the right, so JC taking his time there, letting Dustin get out of his way before he approaches the board.
And doing a good job of staying with Randy here, keeping the pressure on.
Well, and only a ton there from Randy. 121, not a gimme. If JC can put in a 2 triple turn, he may get a look. Should switch to the 18 now. Single still leaves a finish. Oh, no, he went to the 20.
Yeah.
Oh. He missed left, so it probably wouldn't have mattered much, but yeah, the correct shot there. I mean, he did right to stop. Just didn't think about the result there. Thankfully for Randy, he is going to come back. So 58, should be 18 to leave the double. It's looking like we're going to go all 5.
Yeah, JC needs some help He's doing his part. We're going to need Randy to miss 3 clear at 40.
63 is one that if you don't know it, it takes a while to figure it out. Triple 13, yeah, it's a correct shot. Yeah, typically when you're on an odd number and you don't know the right shot, you play down your head from the highest to the lowest. So you're like, 57, that leaves 6. No, that's not right. 51, that leaves 12. Not best. 45. You keep going down. It takes a minute before you get to the 13. So we will have a cork. JC won the first cork. It looks like he's got a good one in this time.
Yeah, Randy going to need to find something.
And he goes back and kicks our camera. How displeased with that cork he was.
All right, deciding leg. Randy pulling the darts doesn't start it. little faux pas there.
Dustin and Jared on the board next door, tied up at 2 legs apiece. They're in the decider. And JC only starts with an 81. So Randy may feel that he'll get 12 darts. Oh, and he's going to open strong. The strongest. Oh, and you see the face grin. So 180. JC needs at minimum a 140 to make up for the 81 for the first round. Yeah.
Randy can take it out of his hands.
And Dustin Holt does get the job done on Jared Henry. So he moves on. Ooh, and Randy with the single pump on the 9er. 2 triples needed from JC just to leave a finish.
Oh, and it's all going wrong.
So 6 from 141, but he wants it in 3 to say that he did the perfect.
I want to see it in 3.
There's the first one. Triple 19. Now double 12. The crowd stands, and he hits it.
The 9 in the deciding leg to go to the semifinal against the throw. Yeah, just keep piling on the reasons that you should not be hitting a 9-darter. They're hard. You can't miss. Just continue to go down the line. Great shot there, Randy. I think you mentioned earlier, like, he loves the accolades, and you can see what that means to him as he celebrates behind the line there. Not much JC can do about that one. Did everything right. Just came up against a only thing that would have beat it was a 9 of his own.
And not ruining the camera shot.
Yeah, if you could cool it on the camera, that would be the only thing.
Act like you've been there before. Next time, flip the table while you're at it. No, awesome shot there from Magneto. So, top 4 of the winners bracket, we've got her figured out. We got Chainsaw and Alex Spelman, Magneto and Kevin Luke. 2 of those guys will definitely be into tomorrow, playing on ESPN2. The other 2 will have to win their next match after losing.
And that was such a big match because the loser of that has to play Leonard.
You're exactly right.
Who is an injured animal right now.
Yeah, so JC's reward for not
hitting a 9-darter
in the decider is go play Leonard in the loser's bracket.
Woof.
For your tournament life. Oh, why are we not flipping over? Oh, we don't have anything. Kenny Dole's just at the board. All right. I guess we could throw this baby up. You want to see some bracket there, folks? I got you.
All right, here is the bracket. You can see where we're at with everybody. All the players that we've lost so far. We got Dan Burke and Mike Maloney facing off. The winner to take on Elliot Milk.
With Dustin Holt waiting the winner of that. And then, as we said, Leonard Gates and JC. And it looks like Kenny Doyle's 1-0 up on Garrett Rakowski, Boy Wonder. Did he list that as his nickname? I didn't look.
I actually just saw him when I made a dash to the restroom, and he asked if we were still calling him Boy Wonder on the stream, and I said, "Well, you haven't been on there just yet, but we will."
He doesn't even list a nickname.
He knows what his nickname is. Well, we've it's taken us all the way until about 2:30 to get our first lull in the action. Again, greatly appreciate everybody joining us today. We've bounced around that 2,000 mark pretty much all afternoon. Here at the BullShooter ESPN Shootout in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And we're getting ready to kind of venture into the real, potentially nervy part of the day as we dwindle this bracket all the way down. Again, we are going to play this all the way out. We will have a final. Essentially, after the top four, though, it will be for bragging rights.
No, we're not going to play that, are we?
Yeah, it plays all the way down.
Why?
So the lovely people can see.
No. Like, we're not going to play the King Seat match. Is that real? Who told you this? Where are you getting your facts, bro? State your source.
That was what I was told from LJ.
Oh, so hey, just so you guys know, we're not playing the King Seat.
Oh goodness.
Why would they play an irrelevant match if the board's wiped clean tomorrow?
I just said for bragging rights. I know that might not mean much to you.
Yeah, because I'm not a braggart.
You're all about dollars.
Because I'm not
and
a
cents.
braggart.
You're all about the dollars and cents.
I'm not a braggart like you.
Like you. Oh my gosh.
No, I'd be resting the old legs. Like, you win. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. It's spoken like a lame baseball fan.
No, spoken like a Husker.
There is Longhorn to be eaten.
2 days in a row? Yes, you can.
I don't care if my big toe hurts. That don't even bother me.
What? What's going on with our camera?
People hate it.
This is how we pay the bills, folks.
All right, so we see Leonard and JC warming up here. JC just coming off that big loss, really not doing a whole lot wrong. Won the cork with a double bull in the deciding leg. Randy Fern throws the 9-darter, and his reward is a face-off against Leonard Gates. If he can keep that same pace. Again, I have to imagine this is going to go all 5 and may come down to the cork again.
Yeah, Leonard hasn't been his typical, triple hitting machine ways today, but he has done enough to get the job done to this point. But certainly beatable. Leonard to lead us out.
Looks like it's 2-1 Kenny Doyle over Rakowski at this point. So we see Leonard open up with that $140.
And Maloney and Dan Burke tied up at 2 legs apiece on board 6. So in the decider over there.
Yeah, good recovery there from Leonard after a wayward first. See if JC can keep the pressure on him here. And he can. So those of you just joining us or maybe coming back, our top 4 is set. On the winner's side, Chainsaw Alex Spelman on the top, Randy Fern and Kevin Luke. And you just missed a 9-darter on the stream.
$123 there from JC. Getting back in it.
So, could be a battle of the big outs here. It's not going to go for Leonard. So, JC might be able to steal this this first leg. Again, not the end of the world for Leonard. But definitely a vote of confidence here, and he does take the 109. Great shot. 1-0 lead.
Leonard to lead out in leg number 2 after having his throw broken leg number 1. Still no update on game 5 in the Burke-Maloney match. You see Maloney there in the background. Looks pretty frustrated.
Second leg.
Kenny Doyle did finish off Garrett Rakowski. So Kenny moves on, waits the winner of this match. For Garrett, his tournament life has deceased. Big 180 there from Soldier.
Honestly, I think back-to-back matches for JC like this, just how he was just playing, is probably the best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean,
for him.
It all depends on how he came away from that Randy match. Did he come away with it feeling like he played well? And, hey, if the other guy throws a 9-darter, it is what it is. Or did he come away with it like, man, I played well enough to win that. Of course that guy would throw a 9-darter against me. Like, that. It all depends on your own personal mentality. But it's looking like, or at least it did in the first leg, that JC came in with the right attitude.
So Leonard for a 11-darter?
Yes.
Needs 44. Should look at the... Is he a 4 tops guy? 20 double 16 it is.
12 double 16.
Details.
11-dart finish completed. So knotted up 1 leg apiece. And Maloney did lose. Burke gets it done 3-2 to book his place against the Milkman. Leonard just barely missing the 180 open.
Great back and forth between these two. JC with a big out in the first leg. Leonard followed with 11 darter. Continuous pressure, both of these players. Look at this from Gates, 180. After JC unable to leave a finish. Needs to find a treble. Sneaks one in the corner at the very end. So, Gates to take a 2-1 lead. Two darts, the 86.
Back-to-back legs for Leonard. Looks like they put Burke and Milkman on 2. So that'll be the next match that we'll be showing you. Oh, and JC, a trebleless visit. And a must-win leg. And a head shake there in the background.
Yeah, Soldier going to follow with 2 big triples. Smart switches from both players coming away from that 20 on their last 2 turns. Something that I was curious what we were going to see.
And a 180 from Leonard. JC needs to throw a 180 just to leave a reasonable finish. Actually should switch to the 18s now with the last dart. But he stays on it. Oh, Leonard looking to leave double 2. But once again on 44 after 9 darts. So this 128 has to go away. Oh, and he misses the 18 entirely. Yeah, you see the frustration there on JC. Andy leaves 103. So 44 again for Leonard. Last time he went 12 double 16. This time he goes 12 double 16. So your winner in this one, 3-1, Leonard Gates. He will take on Kenny Doyle. And on board 2, we've got the Milkman and Dan Burke. I do not see Burke yet, but Milk already at the board.
I think we got this camera still set up for a Jeremy Malar match. So again, action slowing just because we're dwindling the number of players here. And look at that, we do have Chainsaw and Spelman on board 5.
Yeah, a little surprised they're going ahead and calling the winners bracket matches, but no sense in holding them. So we will show precedence to the winners bracket. So I'm actually gonna flip right back over to board 5. Don't see Danberg there anyways. But yeah, this a match to decide who's gonna play on ESPN.
For sure.
Yeah, winner of this into tomorrow.
Yeah, the loser still could, but winner is definitely onto tomorrow. Gotta give the tip to Spelman.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we've seen both of these players so far today. I think Alex was definitely putting in the triples with a little more regularity, but in this format, honestly, knowing Joe, I don't put anything past him.
Oh no, and again, as far as experience goes in matches like this, I don't know that. I mean, maybe Leonard, probably Leonard has more experience. And Joe with the only experience with ESPN.
Looks like the players are queuing it up, getting the hot buttons on there.
But again, those watching, if you head to in the chat, we've got a link to the bracket. So please be sure to follow along there. If we're not obviously able to stream all of the matches here as we come down the kind of final matches as we head into that top 4, but you can find that link in the comments section, and those do give you live updates on the legs. So we will talk about it as well. But if you want to follow along with one of the players, or if you got excited, you thought you were going to see Elliott Milk play, we apologize.
They could be playing if they were still in the winners bracket.
We turned over here to Alex Spelman and Joe Cheney. They're shinier. So you when I said to tip Spelman in this one, you said okay. Were you not?
I was actually getting ready to ask you if you thought that one of them was the favorite or not, and I was a little surprised that you had an answer already. I thought I was going to make you think about it.
Well, what additional information? I just think level of play wise.
No. I think that's fair. Like I said, yeah. I mean, he's certainly hit the triples with more regularity today. I didn't expect you to be so forthcoming with an opinion.
Oh, really?
I thought I was going to have to drag it out of you. Like I was going to ask you, and then I thought I'd have to be like, so put a name on it. Like I thought you'd walk the fence. And there we see.
So 180 open for Spelman. Interesting to see if Joe still has some of the grip issues, stroke issues that we saw earlier in the day. 180, 140 to start this off. Doesn't leave an out, so still an opportunity for Joe to hold here.
Just realized on the bracket that Kenny Doyle is the only person to beat Garrett Rakowski today.
Huh. Joe sets it up, but Alex for an 11 darter. He'll take the 12. 14 or trouble. Double 11. Oh, and he falls short.
Wow, an early gift to Joe.
Yeah, certainly didn't expect to have that shot.
See Alex shaking his head.
Yeah.
You think that'll play on him at all?
You know, I'm not going to say that Alex is new by any stretch, but it is interesting to see how he's going to recover from trials, and it looks like just fine. He opens up 180. Clearly put that out of his head very quickly. Great to see. But that's just an element of his game that I don't know that we know enough about at this point.
Yeah, I thought Alex's bio was pretty insightful. He talked about how he kind of was self-taught, didn't really have anybody to kind of help him along the way when he started playing and whatnot. And he actually said in there that he thought that kind of stifled his growth a little bit. But at the end, he thinks he's better off for it because he was able to learn through it rather than having someone kind of coach him to do the right things. And I found that to be an interesting way of looking at it. Because we've talked about Alex a good bit over the last year or so of him being one of the big like COVID success stories as we see him line up for a 141 here for a 9 darter. But yeah, I mean, going into the COVID break, Alex was certainly on the come up, but not nearly the player that he's been since. And even during COVID, I mean, really relished the time and grew as a dart player. But yeah, to kind of feel that maybe he was stifled by that's a bit interesting.
Well, did he say stifled or was it just slowed?
He said it slowed. I mean,
that's
he thinks he could have got to where he is now faster.
Great leg here. Double 8 to finish it off. 11 dart. Hold of throw. So we see Elliott come around the corner there. Headed to board 2 for his match with Dan Burke. Did that give him a double 20?
It did. Yeah.
Our first high ton of the day.
Bounced out of the triple and the flight registered a double. I guess that's better than a single. But yeah, clearly a 180 there for Joe that wasn't registered right. Alex again, 3 for 3. 180 opens.
Yeah, continuing to keep the pressure here on Joe. So little grit of the teeth there as he doesn't leave an out. So Joe in a good position here to go up 2-1 with 6 from 201. But he needs a big one. Still not, might not be enough. He's going to have to go perfect. Maybe 36 at the end of this turn.
Better yet, 24 on a 10-dart finish. But Joe come to the board wanting a 12-darter to start the leg. That's still what he needs. He's going to get a darter to double top. And he drills it dead center.
Was that an unbelievable?
I missed it.
I think he mouthed unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be surprised when a player like Joe takes out 104. I mean, don't get me wrong, Alex is playing better than Joe, but you went second in 2 out of 3 legs.
Right.
Like, that's what happens. Granted, he did give away the first leg. Maybe that's still wearing on him.
Well, and again, we keep talking about that's an element of his game that, I mean, how long does that stick with you?
Well, and it hasn't affected him, though. I mean, to his credit.
No. As far as the treble hitting, absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't understand the guys that are surprised when their opponent hits. Like, I expect my opponent to throw 9 marks.
Good shot there. Joe really needing a 180 to stay within touching distance here. Gets the 140, but 6 darts from 227 seems pretty straightforward for Alex in this kind of mood. The good thing for Chainsaw is this is coming down to basically a cork.
When we talked about this, the loser of this match will have to play the winner of Kenny Doyle and Soldier to move into tomorrow. And actually, Kenny Doyle 2-1 up on Leonard. Timely 180 there, putting some pressure on Alex.
I may just be reading it wrong. He just seems annoyed that Joe is staying with him.
I think you're reading it right, but I think you're playing too much into it. I don't think it's affecting him at all, so it doesn't matter. Because we are tied up at 2 legs apiece.
All right, the all-important cork for the deciding leg. As we say that, the bracket updates 2-2 between Soldier and Kenny.
And a poor dart there from Joe. So Alex should win this cork.
And we'll start with a 180. So, for a shot at 10 grand on ESPN, Alex has his worst open.
His worst turn.
That's true.
Like, hasn't had a turn where he didn't find triple.
I don't think he's hit a 41 when he was throwing it at a finish. Joe needs to pile in another one.
Only 95.
Yeah, not enough hurt. Or not anything hurt as far as I'm concerned. Can Alex get back to it? Does find a treble. Will this be where all that experience we kept talking about with Joe shine through? Still finds a big treble, but again, not enough to change anything really. Well, I guess they can leave. Joe can leave an out, and Alex can't. So 140 down to 220. Big breath there from Joe. Can he fill this up? Give himself a shot at the match.
Oh, he got a 555.
Wow.
Slide it out. I thought he had it.
Wow, wow, wow.
So Alex will get 6 from 220.
Ooh, the first 3 are already looking good.
Yeah, 180 to leave 40 is a great shot here. Ooh, that makes it real interesting. Joe just needs to put the pressure on and hope that he gets another turn. Well, he puts in the 180. So 85 for Alex.
57-45.
I think he's the tops guy. 45 is a shot. Now 20 for Bull or triple for double 5. Well, he gets the dart at the big double. Double 5. Oh, and he goes inside.
Oh, wow.
So double 4 now for Joe Cheney. Oh, and Joe's going to think about this.
Joe's not thinking about this. Joe's just like, oh, my gosh,
Joe's
I get to play on TV again.
Washing it out of his head. Like, all right, I'm going to go do the thing that I do. Hit the double real quick. Double 4. There it is. You see Joe with the fist pump. Yeah, unfortunate there for Alex, but, I mean, bid not over. Leonard Gates, that's your opponent. Leonard got by Kenny Doyle. So Leonard and Alex will play to move into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely incredible match there. Back and forth. Up and down. It was awesome. Awesome. Elliott Milk up 2-0 over Dan Burke currently. DJ already said Soldier overcoming Kenny Doyle at 2 apiece. And over on board 5, we will flip over.
No, this is board 5.
Oh, did they just assign it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
I think they were keeping the 2 winners brackets here. I've actually just asked. Yeah, I can run the board 2 real quick while we wait. But I've just asked.
Yeah, we want to show as many as we can. So yeah, we're working with the floor staff here, talking with the tournament director, making sure that we can bring as much of this final action to you as we can.
Yeah, we'd like to give you all of the matches that actually qualify into tomorrow for ESPN. So, and man, this one way off. Let me fix this real quick. Apologize. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I'm not a tech guy, so don't give me no crap. Target camera.
The ship may have sailed. I also don't want to mess up Soldier and Alex.
Disagree.
All right, we're going to see. We are going to run this tournament all the way out. So we'll see all these players. Soldier and Alex did get started on that fourth board. Dan in a must-win leg here. It doesn't look like the milkman's in the mood. Double bull. Saw a little extra pepper on that one. Winner here will play Dustin Holt. And Alex now 25 points, or I'm sorry, Elliot now 25 points away from making that happen. And there it is. So next round will be Elliot Milk and Dustin Holt. Board 5 should be coming around here soon with Magneto and Kevin Luke. And it looks like Alex Spelman already won up on Leonard Gates. So Alex, even though, just two misses at the double at the back end of both legs, the first and the fifth, costing him that match. Seems to be right back to it. You're not getting down there and finishing if you're still not scoring against Leonard Gates. All right. We are getting ready to join the action. If you're following along on the bracket, you see Soldier. Leonard has tied that match up. We also have, it looks like Dustin and Elliot warming up over on the other board. And then, of course, our other semifinal match, Randy Fern taking on Kevin Luke.
Which, again, will decide who will definitely be playing until tomorrow. And, yeah, we were informed. We are playing this all the way out.
I was informed earlier.
Well, I was not. I didn't see the point in it, but apparently we're going to do it for seeding, so that at least makes sense. The only thing I don't necessarily love there is the order in which you play them matters.
What do you mean?
So Leonard loses in the fourth place match. You're chainsaw. You're in that king seat match, or you're in the final. Do you want to win this bracket now? Knowing tomorrow you're the 1 seed playing the 4 seed? I think it should be completely random. That you've got 4 people, we're going to randomly draw them.
I can see that. I can certainly see that. But I mean, you're also Chainsaw that won the tournament in this scenario.
Yeah.
And earned the 1 seed. Have a big win over Soldier at the BullShooter.
Sure. I'm not saying
Chicago.
anyone fears Soldier, but given the options, everyone had kind of agreed that Soldier was the favorite coming into it.
Right.
I don't want to play Soldier if I have the choice of him or someone else.
Okay. Well, you would have the choice, right?
Yeah. I mean,
if you wanted to throw the final to not play him.
What if you both want to throw it?
If that's well, then this is going to get real interesting.
We're opening this up to a weird situation. I just feel like we know that top 4, it's single elimination after that. I don't know what the seeding does for the value of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think. Well, clearly, I mean we're players, so you're thinking this way. I don't know that's necessarily a thought.
Oh, I'll be honest. If I'm Chainsaw, I'm back in the room. I don't care. Like, who do I play tomorrow?
Job done.
Yeah.
But at the same time, to that very thought, I don't care if I play. I mean, Soldier's not even there yet. I don't care if I play Alex again.
Agreed.
If he makes it through, so I don't know.
So why do I stick around and play these matches? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's both ways.
Because you're part of the tournament, and that's what you've agreed to do.
But my heart's not going to be in it, is what I'm trying to say. Like there's a certain level of competitiveness that I won't have.
Oh, well, that goes all the time. I mean, whenever you chop a final, I mean, that's a dirty little secret. I mean, then it allows you to, okay, we're just going to play this thing out. I mean, I'm not telling you everybody's going to have the same creative juices flowing that they did at the beginning of this thing.
So what are you telling me?
I'm telling you that they're going to play it out, and I don't think anybody throws or doesn't throw a match. I think they're going to play at whatever level of
so
competitiveness that they're at.
Yeah, we're going to see
regardless.
Guys just chucking them at this point. Like,
no one is going to chuck them. No one is going to chuck them.
They're irrelevant.
They're not irrelevant. They're for seeding.
You're in the top 4.
I'm not. I couldn't get through the first couple of rounds here.
Couple?
I told you, pointy in first. That's the best I can do right now.
Oh, Randy. Missing in the 7 with his third dart.
So, Soldier, Alex Spelman in a decider. This is the second decider that Alex is thrown in for a chance to play on ESPN.
Kevin up 1 leg to 0, opens with a 180 against the darts. Kevin did get a bye in the first round, but so far today has only dropped 1 leg. Beat Dustin Holt 3-1 and Kenny Doyle 3-0. We actually haven't seen him on the feed yet, so
I was just going to say this is our first look at him too. And Alex Spelman puts Leonard Gates out. So no need for you to throw the final now, Dad. you can play it out.
I only use Leonard because he's what most people would consider the number one seed. I don't know. I digress, but I still think that you allow the players to make choices, and I don't think they should ever be given choices.
Gosh, tournament director Mao.
No, I'm trying to eliminate any ill will. Can we do this now?
Yes.
So 24 for Kevin to take a 2-0 lead. There it is. See the fist pump.
Yeah, pretty incredible. This is registering more, only dropping one leg. I mean, that's if he finishes this off 3-0.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty darn incredible.
Yeah, in a loser starts format.
Oh, looks like we had one misregister. Randy fixes it, steps back, and piles in that 100. So as we talk about the potential whitewash here, does not look like it's going to come in.
Yeah, but being up 2-0, he knows he starts leg 4. Honestly, to qualify for tomorrow and never have to play a decider, that in itself is impressive.
You're not wrong. That's absolutely incredible. Because, I mean, if we go back through this, anybody else that's going to qualify for tomorrow probably played, at least 2, if not 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cheney has won all 4 of his matches in a decider.
So 79 here for Randy. We've seen Randy get a little wonky on these, 2-dart finishes earlier. 79, another one where you don't really think that there's a favorable way. Double 11. And he sticks it to 2-1. But Kevin leads us out.
Yeah, here's the bonus leg for the match. Two triple start. 2 triple follow. And again, those watching, this is for the players that will be playing tomorrow, live on ESPN2, 11 a.m. Set an alarm, set your DVD, TV to record. So after 6, Kevin's still in a great position.
Looking at the bracket, looks like the Milkman is taking a 2-0 lead over Dustin Holt on the loser side. The winner of that one will play the loser of this one. It's looking like that's going to be Randy, as Kevin will get 6 darts from 174 to close this match out.
Yeah, Randy will still have an opportunity to play the winner of that Holt Milk match. Randy's going to pressure here, but a little too late.
Yeah, great shot there from Randy. But Kevin controlling his fate. 3 clear at double 20. And there it is. First starts it. So moving into the king seat match, Kevin Luke, where he will battle against Chainsaw. And we jump over to board 2.
So the king of the fifth leg versus the I don't know what fifth leg. Yeah, I don't know what fifth legs are. 2 completely different experiences today for those 2 players. We are able to flip right over to this match. Elliott looking to pressurize. He does. So Dustin needs this ton to stay in the match. Buries the treble. Felt a little unlucky. Stayed in there, though. But just like we were talking about with Kevin in that last match, Elliott now has the throw free and clear to polish this match off. Just want to again thank you everybody for joining us this afternoon as we wind down on this BullShooter ESPN shootout bracket. One really big match left. That's going to be the winner of this, taking on Randy Magneto Fern. See who's going to play tomorrow on ESPN.
Elliott knows this leg's pretty important for him. Up 2-1, has the darts. Will want to polish this off without seeing a decider.
Leaves an opening. Dustin needs 2 big trebles.
How in the world did
I
he
was
get
thinking
through
the
that?
exact same
He even
thing.
hesitated to look to see if he had room.
And I think he threw it a little harder.
It felt like it. It really did.
Great dart.
Great response.
So tournament life in his own hands. He created this opportunity. Can he polish off this 146? Not going to happen. So Elliott 78 to go to that final match to see who's going to play tomorrow.
Oh,
He doesn't find it.
see, that's Dustin's version of putting his darts in his pocket. He's like pointing, like he's going to hit it, and then, oh, he didn't hit it. Turn.
Yeah. 86, triple 18, double 16.
Ooh, double 9 now. We gave it a little extra.
He did.
Little hip action got that dart in the double 9.
Here we go. Deciding leg.
I think Milk decided he wanted Dustin to show him one.
Looks like a pretty good dart, yeah.
But it's low.
Leaves options.
But he did get it. So Dustin will have the start.
Wowzer. So up 2-0. Elliott now throwing second in the deciding leg. Gritty performance here from Dustin. Able to find a big treble there at the end. Can the warden keep the convicts at bay? Have to imagine Elliott was scoring a heck of a lot better than this to go up 2-0. Dustin, though, still holds it in his own hands. Mistake there. Elliott now with a straight tongue can be the first to a finish. It's going to be more than that. Fills it up.
So we'll have 6 clear from 87. Dustin's got to be kicking himself here to not be on a finish.
So Elliott, another opportunity to head to that big match. There it is. You see the reaction there. But gritty performance from Dustin Holt, coming from 2-0 down in this kind of format. Elliott Milk, though, your winner. Taking on Randy Magneto Fern to see who's going to play against Alex Spelman. But more importantly, book their place into tomorrow, wherever they may fall in seeding. Well, we're down to the final couple of matches here.
Yeah, we kind of have a dilemma here. So we've got the Milkman and Magneto battling for a place in tomorrow, or we've got the Kingsley match.
That is essentially just for seeding.
Well, and even there, I mean, it doesn't concrete anything.
Also very true. I vote board 2.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that I hate to say it, but that's my vote as well. I think this match between Magneto and Milkman means more to the overall outcome of this event.
Absolutely. Well, and these are the two players that are still in the running for tomorrow.
Exactly. And the goal coming here was to play on ESPN2, dang it.
The Ocho.
Not the Ocho, it's the 2.
I think our shirts are going to say the Ocho.
Well, that's fine. They can give me whatever shirt they want that says ESPN on it, but it's ESPN2.
I had a feeling coming in today that I would be here for tomorrow.
That you would be here tomorrow? Good job.
Dad, it's one of the most wonderful feelings that I've ever had coming to a dart tournament. knowing that
You were going to make the final
I
day?
was going to make the final day. It was a strong feeling
A lot of relief.
that
relief.
that I had going into the day. It's a level of confidence that I'm not used to.
They say confidence is the most important thing. It's 90% mental. So we've got 5 players left. 4 of them will be battling tomorrow.
Yes. This obviously being the final decider match. The winner of this will take on Alex Spelman for the third-fourth match. And then, obviously, the loser of the king seat match, which we will certainly keep tabs on, will take on the winner there. And again, from after this match, anything that we see is just for seeding for tomorrow.
Bad cork there from Elliott.
All right, Randy Magneto Fern to get us started. Best of 5. Winner. Spot in tomorrow's ESPN match and still alive for 10 grand. That's the other thing that we haven't talked about on multiple occasions, or probably enough, is the slate is wiped clean, regardless of what the seeding actually falls into. The matches tomorrow are for 10 grand. So if you win the king seat or you get 4th place, no more double dip.
Doesn't matter. You win 2 matches tomorrow, $10K in the bank.
We talked about Randy earlier, maybe flying a little under the radar from some of the hoopla around the tournament. Where do you think Elliott fell?
If I remember correct, he was
The level of love, if you will.
yeah. I think he got more love than Randy. Elliott's always a tough one because he lives in the Dakotas, he doesn't get out as much. But if you know Elliott and you've seen Elliott play, you know what he can do.
Oh, big last. Able to pull that one out of the fire.
You could easily call this the most important match that either one of these players have ever played.
Now, Elliott made it to the stage
Of
in
the
Vegas.
PDC, yeah. But, okay. I mean, I guess the match that qualified him for that, I can't remember if he won one of them or if it was through the order of merit, but like I'm just trying to put that much emphasis on an individual match.
Right. Well, I think hands down, it is for Randy. I don't think there's any question there. And Elliott, the only thing that would rival that would be if there was a match.
PDC World Series.
Yeah, for the Vegas tournament.
Because once you've qualified for the stage portion of that, like, I don't think there's that much pressure on you.
Right, because job done.
Yeah, unless you're in the final of the World Championship qualifier or something like that. But as far as individual match goes.
So payouts tomorrow is $2,500 for top 4, $5,000, $10,000.
Oh, okay. You know that.
Why you gotta say it like that? Because then I don't know that.
You said it with a unsure tone, and then
no, did I? Well, now I am. See all that confidence that I had going in tomorrow? You just zapped it away from me.
Hey, well, you'll still be there.
It's called self-esteem. I am 99% sure that is correct.
Okay.
Shot there from Elliott.
If you are keeping up, Cheney did take leg number 1 in the king seat match. Randy with a big celebration after putting in a 180. I think that's going to upset Elliott. Double 6 coming in. Oh, he just slid inside.
So what a big opportunity here. Ooh, right next door.
Randy looks mad.
There it is.
I think Randy is really trying to spur himself on. So he is up 2 legs to 0.
A spot that Elliott found himself in against Dustin, only to have Dustin fight back. So going to need the same grit, but is going to want a different result. Joe also looking to be in a good position to go up 2-0.
And we know who that favors. Like, because Kevin hasn't played a decider. And Joe doesn't lose them. So if Joe gets 2 legs, he wins.
The game is essentially over.
Yeah. Joe did pull off leg number 2 with an 11-dart finish.
So 2 triple turn there from Randy. Elliott just going to want to stay straight, find a big treble. Randy needs 2 big triples to leave out. Otherwise, Elliott will have 6. Now, he can pressurize this quite a bit. Doesn't look like he's going to, though. Double 8.
Now the important leg, the one where Elliott needs to break the throw. If he's going to see tomorrow.
140 open. Pressure solidly on Elliott. Not even able to follow, and Joe is going to be up to the board to win 3-0. Bring it to you here for 86. We'll stay there for 50. Oh, missing to the 16. You can hang out for a second. Double top. Doesn't find it. So Joe to hold the king seat. Polishes off the 34 with the double 17. See the big 180 from Randy.
Which pretty much wraps this up, being that Elliott's way back at 330. Needs a 180 just to leave a finish. Well, don't count him out too soon. He does hit a 180. And we've seen Randy kind of struggle with these, like 81, 82.
We have.
For all the triples he's hit, he gets a little interesting on these shots.
And he misses the big number again. Doesn't even get a shot. And that's exactly what we saw him do at least, 3 other occasions?
Yeah.
Doesn't even get a dart at a double from 80-ish.
69 misses the single 19. 62 misses the single 12. But Elliott still has to finish the 150. And that's a big shot.
Wow.
What was that, 330 and 6?
180, 150.
And now Magneto's going to cork.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. I saw 81 to 330 and had that rode off.
What a finish. What a finish. What a last 6 darts.
Elliott going to take a look at it.
If we call Dustin's performance to come back from 2-0 gritty, what in the world do we call? What in the world do we call? Dirty. I'm calling it dirty.
Hey. That was crazy. Well, Magneto did get the cork.
Wow, wow, wow.
For the record, Kevin Luke still hasn't played a decider.
Hashtag truth.
And Chainsaw, for the first time, didn't play a decider.
I think he's strangely all right with that. Celebration from Randy.
Big open. We've seen him throw a 9-darter and a 5th leg already once. That time he was going second. Can he do it going first? Ooh, can Elliott do it going second?
Look at that. Both these guys know what they're playing for. I mean, this is for a spot tomorrow, guys. This is absolutely clutch.
Oh, what's the hesitation? They're both in the bottom of the triple. Oh, they looked perfect. Yeah.
Did he look like he changed his mind again, though?
I can never tell where he's throwing. He kind of looks out the top of his eyes. Like his head's always down.
Well, Elliott not able to get to the finish. Not going to throw a 9-darter, so who can go out in 6?
Well, Randy's making it hard on himself. Only putting in 49. So Elliott, the chance at a Hucklebuck again. Had to finish 330 and 6 last time. This time he'll hope to get a shot at 225 and 6.
Piece of cake compared to last time.
Not when you're not hitting triple 20s like you did the last time. But he does leave 130.
Wow. Both of these are so fun. Does Randy know how to make this fun?
No.
No.
But with the big triples, I don't know that I do either. Double six. Big shot. Randy gives it the big one.
Yeah, big celebration there.
Unfortunate for Elliott. He does fall just short of the TV stages. So your final four for tomorrow is decided. We've got Magneto, Alex Spelman, Kevin Luke, and Chainsaw. Now we just got to finish it to see who's going to play who.
All right. Back up on 5. As soon as he's done giving everybody a hug, will be Randy and Alex Spelman. This will determine our 4th seed in tomorrow's event.
All right. We've got our loser takes 4th place match. But you're still in it tomorrow.
Free roll.
This is the loser plays the winner match.
The loser plays the winner match. It absolutely is. Yes. So, if for those that haven't followed along, I don't know that we've been absolutely clear about this, but we are running this tournament out, and where they each finish will ultimately be their seeding for tomorrow. So 1 will play 4, 2 will play 3, and then the winners will face off. So the loser will play the winner. So whoever loses this match will play whoever wins the tournament as we progress this afternoon.
And as it stands right now, Joe Cheney will have to be double dipped to be denied that honor.
And again, the finishing places today do not dictate any money. The money is dictated from tomorrow's matches. So, loser of both matches tomorrow are $2,500, and then the finals will be $10,000 to first, $5,000 to second.
Good 180 there from Randy. Back to back for Randy. Now, you've missed it, but you cannot tell me that Randy isn't more like lackadaisical about this. Granted, he's put in back-to-back 180s, but both times it's been sarcastic eruptions, talking to the crowd. Like, this is not the same level of intensity.
When was my argument that it would be?
I'm just saying, you said it wouldn't change.
What do you mean? I didn't say it wouldn't change. I said that I didn't think that anybody was going to throw matches purposely. I said they were going to come to each match with the whatever competitiveness they were going to have.
That's what I'm arguing, though, right now. Randy doesn't have the same competitiveness. We just saw him in the last match where he was intense the entire time. He has not been intense in this one at all. That is a lack of competitiveness compared to what it was.
They're free rolling.
Exactly.
I think that improves darts. I don't think that hurts darts.
I never said it would hurt. But it changes 100%.
Well, yeah. If the argument is will it change or not, absolutely it will change. And if I said anything to the contrary before, I misspoke or was wrong. But I truly do not believe that it garners any malintention. I think that's the part that I was against in the conversation earlier. That there would be some kind of collusion.
Yeah, okay. I mean, sure. They're not like outright intentionally doing anything, but you're talking about taking the competitive spirit out of it. Or at least lessening it. Either way.
But I mean,
1-0 lead for Alex.
It'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
It'll be back tomorrow. So, I mean,
and it'll be even more intense tomorrow.
Whether it's randomly drawn or we play out this tournament, it'll be more. It'll be back to the intensity tomorrow. One, 2, 4 from Randy to tie this up. Two 0 lead after the 101 finish for Alex. I just keep thinking back to that Randy Fern Milkman match. That was a good one. Tell both players. Both players were definitely gunning for that one. Shot to the camera.
Completely jacked it up, didn't he?
.180 follow. And he's going to touch it. I wish we had a camera on us.
I don't.
Oh, goodness gracious. So 1-4-1 to put Randy out of his misery. A 3-0 lead. Doesn't happen.
Does he know what to do on 64 with 2 darts? Alex is going to tell him you have 2 options. You could either go for the 14 bull.
I mean, if history serves, it's a 9. So, your loser to play the winner, Randy Fern, Alex Spelman, and Kevin Luke to face off. All right. Back to the final.
To determine our 3 seed. Loser of this will be the 3 seed. Now, this one is really likely to be a rematch tomorrow. Because whoever wins this still has to double dip Cheney to change the seeding.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're in this position. Is this do you want to beat him so that tomorrow he knows?
I've never wanted to win less than the last match because I'm not kidding. Like, I like to rest my legs. Like, if I don't care who I play at this point. Like, just let me go to the room, grab some food. I mean, even when I qualified for the PDC thing, that's what I said in my interview. Like, now I get to hang out and rest my legs the rest of the week because I won the first qualifier. I'm pumped.
Right.
Like, that's all I care about. Get me into the finals, and I get to hang out. I can practice on my own terms. And, yeah, I mean, if we're being honest between these 4 players, I don't think there's any separation. When you talk about these 2 plus Magneto and Cheney, I think they're all very close.
I mean, Randy had the 9 darter, but I would say by far the most consistent has been
Alex?
Alex,
I would agree.
as far as scoring's concerned.
Yeah, I in all honesty, Alex should have beat Joe. He gave him 2 legs. He missed doubles in 2 legs.
Alex, and I was going to say, I think consistency wise, Alex Spelman, the most clutch it has been Chainsaw, because every time he gave him the opportunity, he stepped in.
But you know as well as I do, tomorrow's a different day.
Oh yeah,
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't think anything separates these 4 players tomorrow. Like, any one of them could be your winner. And if I were setting the odds, I mean, nobody would be less than 25%, nobody more than 30. Or nobody less than 20 and nobody more than 30.
I hope one day you have to set those odds.
Maybe tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow's the day?
But no, I agree with you. I mean, I think as it stands right now, if I were really putting them out there, I would put Alex as a small favorite. So what are we saying, 28%? Like, Joe, just because he's got to be 27%, which leaves Kevin and Randy equally at 23, 22. Like, I think that's about where it sums up. And I would probably put Kevin, based on his performance to get there without ever going to a decider, slightly ahead of Randy probably. Randy's had big moments. He's been a little inconsistent.
I was just going to say explosive.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of Kevin Luke, but what we have.
Yep. But, yeah, I mean, you're flipping quarters at that point.
Oh, and I don't know how I forgot that, but Kevin was the one that beat Randy.
Oh, yeah.
The first time we saw him on the stream. So 93 for a 2-0 lead to Alex here. Trouble 14. Oh, went through the 54.
Kevin busts the 98 rather than setting up the double. Alex will probably let him off the hook as he does, hitting the double. So take it a 2-0 advantage. I will say the seating does make it, like, it adds intrigue if somebody does do something nefarious. You're essentially calling somebody out. Like if Alex wins and then like forfeits
Joe
to
dumps.
Joe or Joe dumps, like so Kevin's sitting there like, wait, you wanted to play me?
Oh. Oh, that's freaking hilarious. Well, I just, yeah, I just couldn't imagine. Well, to your point about all four players being so close, like, I don't think any of them, none of them even have the same knowledge that we do of how they played today.
That's true.
So
yeah, they weren't watching their opponents play random matches. That's fair.
Right. So I mean, if Cheney has to play Kevin tomorrow, I mean,
well, they've probably played each other enough that it really is irrelevant. It's probably more likely, and I don't think it's likely either way. It was just what is kind of thrown into the mix, but it's probably more likely the other way, of if there was a player that was more overachieving today, you would possibly see somebody like, well, that's who I want to play, rather than I don't want to play that guy.
Right.
And we didn't get that today.
Kevin just chucked him there. So Alex looking to glide into this final. And there it is. Alex Spelman 3-0 again to head back.
Yeah, Kevin dropped 6 in a row.
Oh. Well, he was guaranteed. He was guaranteed. Yeah, in his last match. So.
And I think there's a bit of an adrenaline dump there too that we haven't really talked about.
Well, yeah. I
mean,
just naturally. I mean,
yes.
Even if there was something still on.
Yes.
Even minorly on the line.
Mm. I know, and I'll use this as an example. The first year I qualified, the first year of the PDC World Series. So I knew going into the last qualifier, I played Dan Olson top 16, I believe. I forget what round it was, but I knew I played Dan Olson. And if I beat Dan, I'm definitely in. So I beat Dan. In the very next round, I played Sean Brenneman, and I knew I was in. There was still money on the line, still $2,000 for first place for the qualifier. But I'll tell you, I didn't have it. Like, it was like, I'm in. Like, I'm just throwing them at that point. Like,
You couldn't get geeked up for that $2,000.
I literally felt the adrenaline dump out of me because, hey, I just qualified. So I could see the same thing there happening for Kevin. Because I guarantee you all of their goal coming into this was to make tomorrow. Whether they knew we were playing this out or not, nobody was like, I want to go win that day. I want to go play tomorrow.
Right. And by the way, Kevin Luke still hasn't played it this side.
It's true.
Just being a little cheeky.
Good dart there by Alex. So we got the local Carolina guy, Alex. He's probably what, hour or two away from here?
No, I think he's.
Where's Carey?
He's outside of the Raleigh area.
Raleigh. Where's Raleigh?
So we're 45 minutes from Charlotte, and I think it's probably 2.5, 3.
Is it that far? Okay. But even still, so I guess how far is Chattanooga? Is Joe closer to here? We're really testing my geography knowledge.
No, we're probably pretty close. Probably close to the 3.5.
Okay. I don't know. Chattanooga looks pretty far away. Let's pull it up.
Chattanooga to Rock Hill.
I know Joe's in like a small town, not Chattanooga, but he's a chatty guy. 5.5 to Chattanooga from here. He's got because the highways don't do him any favors.
You know what?
The fastest way is to go through Atlanta.
I thought I knew that because I have someone I was thinking Knoxville. So I have somebody that makes this drive for my real job.
Gotcha.
So it'll be interesting. Because I'm wondering if Joe's going to stay geeked up enough to win 3 legs out of 5. Because Alex, I've seen him smile more in the last 45, 50 minutes than I did all day. Does seem to be
full finish,
more focused than anyone just yet.
Like, the biggest thing here for me, if I'm Joe or Alex, is momentum into tomorrow. Like, I want something in the back of your head going into tomorrow. Like, if I'm Joe, I just beat Alex. Like, maybe he gave me a couple of legs, but I beat him. So I want to beat him again, because tomorrow, if we play in the final, then he's going to be thinking about that. And if I'm Alex, I want to beat Joe because he just beat me, and going into tomorrow, I don't want him having that confidence. I think that's the biggest way I would get up for this match if I was either of them. Carry momentum into tomorrow.
So, Randy came in skidding sideways into this. So I could kind of understand, like, I'm in. Good shooting, Alex. Deuces.
There's also something to be said of, like I didn't really try, so if you beat me, it doesn't matter.
That's where I was going with this. Kevin's been in for 2 matches, so whatever. Cheney playing him, like when it counted, I got you. Now, meh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you won 6 legs. I didn't. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, there's still the mental aspect of it, I guess. That's still in play. Like, we still have these guys under a microscope with cameras in their faces. And everybody's still watching.
Yeah, we do have, what, about 800 people less, but it's definitely still 1,500 people watching.
Joe doing the Gordon Dixon dart flip?
It looks like he's actually rolling it and doing it the proper way, too.
Yeah, I think he was showing off for the cameras.
All right, so Alex on his way to his 7th leg in a row. Or 8th leg in a row. So Joe drops this one. Do we see it change or same? Meh, whatever.
I think it's the same. It's more of the same. Alex setting up 80 for a 3-0 sweep if Joe doesn't take out a 112.
Good start to it.
Alex going to go double-double. The show shot.
So, double tip is on.
The bracket extends.
Who's going to win? Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
I mean, you got to favor Alex, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's now Alex's match to lose.
What was he down against Soldier?
Was he down against Soldier? I thought that went all with throw.
Okay.
I thought he was up 1-0 Okay. 1-1, 2-1, 2-2.
So he's won 7 legs in a row. The one against Soldier, and then 3-3.
3, 6, 9, 10 legs in a row, right?
Oh, yeah, because he blanked Magneto. I didn't even have that. Yeah. Yeah.
So he could finish 13 legs in a row.
That's a good momentum boost going into tomorrow.
Yeah. I think it has changed for Chainsaw, though.
You think?
I think so. And honestly, I think he knew that it was going to take getting to this set to spur him on. Now, whether he would say that publicly, I don't know. But that's my guess.
I know we talked about all 4 of these players being very close, as Joe puts in another 180. But you know as well as I do, sometimes you have personal histories with certain players. Even if some might perceive that to be a lesser player, it might be somebody that has beaten you more than they should have or something like that. I'd be curious to know if any of these guys have that against any one of the other ones.
Well, I mean, Joe and Alex are definitely the closest, like, region-wise.
Yeah, but, I mean, until recently, Alex didn't really travel much. So I would say Joe probably has more matches against Kevin Luke than he does against Alex.
You think? That'd be interesting.
Historically, I'd say probably. I mean, they've both been playing for 20 years against each other.
Well, but I mean, Kevin hasn't traveled.
He's always at least
consistently.
No, but he's always at least seen him in Vegas. Joe goes a lot of the Canadian, or not Canadian, but the California stuff because he's usually competing for top ADO spots. There, Joe does take leg number 1, ending the streak for Alex. I'd be willing to bet that Kevin and Joe have played a good bit. As much as Joe travels, I would think so.
Well, yeah, but I mean, between the 4 of them, I would say he probably has the best chance of having history against any of them.
Fair. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I don't think Randy's going to have much of a history against any of them because he's only soft tip.
Right, I was just going to say.
And you're talking about 3 guys that play predominantly still tip.
Yeah. I just don't know where they would have ran into each other. But yeah, I don't know. If only there was a database.
I think the safe assumption is that they don't have enough of a history
right
anywhere.
Or at least that anybody's worried about.
Yeah, for it to matter.
Yeah, it's definitely changed for Joe. He's like, all right, I'm not going to just give you this final. No finish for Alex, so opportunity for Joe. Big shot here. He's going to get 6 from 266. Probably not enough. For 1-1 in the deciding match, the deciding set. There it is. So Joe going to get the first chance to go on the hill. You see, he's frustrated he didn't hit anything there. He's now back in the I'm going to start playing thing. Joe firing him in there. So again, if you are just joining us or tuning in, this is the business end of the BullShooter Invitational 2022 qualifying tournament for the ESPN show that we'll be putting on tomorrow at 11 a.m. Brought to you by BullShooter and Arachnid. Head on over to bullshooter.com for all of the information on upcoming tournaments. The next season of regionals will be starting here in September. Again, culminating in Memorial Day weekend in Chicago, where we saw this man take the Top Gun singles title.
You're putting in the top shot, 180.
Alex 102 to take a 2-0 or 2-1 lead.
To steal it.
Gonna get a whack.
The board clanks. You see Joe walk away, preparing himself. Great first start and second. So 2-1 advantage for Joe Cheney. Moves on to the hill for the number 1 seed. And book his place against Magneto tomorrow.
Alex trying to send us all the way to the final decider.
And we know Joe don't lose those. He's what, 5 for 5 today?
At least 4 for 4. I don't think he had to play one against Kevin.
Oh, yeah, 4.
And it's funny. I want to say Joe literally said.
He did. He made a post about it. I read it. It's like, well, it's such short format. Loser starts. It'll be whoever wins the cork in the 5th leg. Yeah. He made that comment, and then he's the one winning all of these 5th legs. So, yeah, he drew it up.
Yeah, Joe, say, hey, it's best of 5. I'll just win 3-0 next time. You should just say that.
You got to just talk it into.
Yeah. Speak it into existence. Reiki it into
existence. Reiki. Positive energy.
I mean, that's what Kevin Luke did. He's like, yeah, it's a short format. That's why you just win 3-1.
I'm not going to see a decider until I'm qualified, and then I don't care.
Yeah, then job done.
Yep.
All right, 81 when he returns. How much pressure? How much pressure? $57, $24, $62, $36, $12, $50. Oh, just outside. So, Joe, for all the marbles, as in the number 1 seed in tomorrow's event, double 12.
Oh.
Alex, 25 to send us to the Joe Cheney leg. There it is.
Well, it's all come down to this.
It's all come down to the Cheney.
I think this is my board with a good camera. Bull shot. Oh, it's a good bull. Joe got those sidewalk chalk darts. Perfect little table to lay it on, but Alex unable to do it. So Joe will have the start.
So winner of this will play Randy Magneto Fern. Loser plays Kevin Luke in tomorrow's ESPN. So essentially, we've got 3 matches to play tomorrow in an hour.
Plus commercial breaks.
Plus commercial breaks. My guess is we're going to be 2 out of 3.
Maybe the first round? 3 out of 5 final?
Yeah.
We shall see.
Does have an out, but
1-3-6.
advantage Joe. Could even have 6 darts from 1-3-6. Alex got 1 big shot left in the tank here. Not going to happen this time. Back to the 20.
He went double 18. Is that where that dart landed? Outside double 18? It registered a miss. I think it was outside double 18. Not that it matters. Joe Cheney does finish the job. Going 5 for 5 in deciders.
Incredible. In deciders. Absolutely incredible. Well, greatly appreciate everybody sticking around with us today. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to bring all of this the action to everybody.
Yes, please tune in tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, ESPN2. If you got to work, call off or set your DVR, your choice. If you don't have DVR, turn all of your TVs onto that channel before you leave the house. That way the ratings are boosted. But yeah, we're certainly looking forward to it. We've got 4 great players ready to battle it out for a $10K prize. Any closing?
No, again, just want to send you over to BullShooter.com. If you're new to darts and you want to figure out where there are tournaments in your area, please feel free to go over there. Find your local operator for any league information. We'd love to have you, and maybe eventually you'll be on one of these streams and we can talk mess about you. If you need some arachnid gears, head over to spider360.com. Otherwise, again, greatly appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. My name is Gordon Dixon. I've been here with DJ Sayer. We are the Dart Action Dads, and we will be on ESPN2 tomorrow, 11 a.m. Have a good night.